Is acting in a lawless fashion.
That's House Intelligence Committee Chair Democrat Adam Schiff on CBS's Face the Nation. This as Michigan Republican Congressman Justin Amash, a member of the Conservative Freedom Caucus, claims the Mueller report made the case the president obstructed justice, calling that impeachable conduct. Amash also accusing Attorney General William Barr of deliberately misleading the public about the report's conclusions. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy had this to say about Amash on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures.
He votes more with Nancy Pelosi than he ever votes with me. It's a question whether he's even in our Republican conference as a whole. What he wants is attention in this process. He's not a criminal attorney. He's never met Mueller. He's never met Barr. And now he's coming forward with this.
President Trump calls Amash an attention-seeking loser, doing that in several Sunday morning tweets. Protests today in Alabama state capitol after the governor there signs what is considered the toughest new abortion law in the country. Doctors in Alabama faced 99-year sentences and a felony conviction for performing abortions, no exceptions for rape or incest. New abortion laws meant to wind up before the U.S. Supreme Court. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton claims landmark Supreme Court cases on abortion were wrongly decided as constitutional matters and should be re-examined.
What I want to try to find in this debate is area where we can agree on what we should do in a civilized society.
Cotton on Meet the Press. 11 confirmed tornadoes, most of them in Texas and Oklahoma, causing considerable damage. A flood warning now in effect for Dallas. This is Fox News.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United credit card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
An aircraft carrier strike group now heading to the Persian Gulf. This after 2 days of naval exercises, which wrapped up in the Arabian Sea. The Pentagon's response to perceived threats from Iran. For the first time in 4 months, prices at the pump are down ahead of the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. The average price of a gallon of regular, $2.93 a gallon. That's down 3 cents a gallon. That word from industry analyst Trilby Lundberg. He received an honorary doctorate this morning from Morehouse College in Atlanta. Then billionaire tech investor Robert Smith stunned the grads with this announcement.
This is my class, 2019. And my family is making a grant to eliminate their student loans.
That is roughly $40 million for the 400 grads. Smith, the founder and CEO of Vista Equity Partners. His company invests in software, data, and tech companies. He already announced a $1.5 million gift to Morehouse College. Tonight, a popular series comes to an end.
It's here. Game of Thrones fans have waited for 8 years.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
To find out who will sit on the Iron Throne.
The gods have no mercy, that's why they're gods.
There have been 8 seasons of memorable characters based on the books by George R.R. Martin.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
What do we say to the god of death?
Not today.
The show earning a record 47 primetime Emmys so far.
That's what I do. I drink and I know things.
And making stars of its actors. We'll find out who remains tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern on HBO.
Dracarys.
Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
And I'm Jane Metzler, and this is Fox News.
When your family needs medical care, how often do you find the need to visit multiple clinics? When a child has a serious ailment, do you find yourself meeting a medical provider only to learn you must go somewhere else for testing? At the FHP Health Center, you can find multiple specialties and testing services under one roof. And if your family needs urgent care, FHP is there for you with convenient weekday, evening, and weekend hours. Voted the island's best clinic and Pika's best 2 years in a row. FHP, our island, your clinic. Learn more at FHPGuam.com.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me, just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet Wahio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The Federal Aviation Administration has confirmed that an investigation is underway into parts from a wing flap that came off an air cargo plane that took off from Andersen Air Force Base on Saturday, May 11th. In an email response to an inquiry from the Guam Daily Post, Ian McGregor, the public affairs manager for the Pacific Division of the FAA, said that the parts came off a National Air Cargo Boeing 747 as it was departing from Andersen Air Force Base. McGregor said the aircraft landed without incident later in Honolulu. Andersen Air Force officials declined to comment on the incident Friday. Meanwhile, a second plane part was recovered Sunday morning by the U.S. Coast Guard. The 8-foot-long part was found in the water about 400 yards offshore at the beginning of the seawall in Pidi. That followed the recovery of an 11-foot wing flap that washed ashore Friday morning in Pidi. McGregor declined to confirm whether the wing parts recovered were linked to the National Air Cargo incident under investigation by the FAA at Andersen. National Air Cargo is based out of Orlando, Florida. It operates on-demand cargo and passenger charter services. The wing part found Friday morning had a manufacturer's label on it, which identified it as a foreflap from a 747 registered to a cargo transport company called Aerosup. A junior ROTC instructor has been removed from the George Washington High School campus after a student filed a complaint of misconduct. The complaint sparked an administrative investigation into an alleged relationship between the instructor and at least one student. Spokeswoman Isa Baza said Guam DOE has notified police, and if the case merits it, a criminal complaint will be filed with police. Guam DOE declined to name the junior ROTC instructor and only described him as a school employee, citing confidentiality is required in a personnel matter. Various teachers and parents at the school say the school has known about the ROTC instructor's alleged relationship with at least two 18-year-old students for some time. Friday morning, DOE Superintendent John Fernandez reassigned George Washington Principal Linda Hernandez Avila. Officials said that was necessary to ensure the efficiency and integrity of the investigation. A Department of the Army policy forbids improper relationships involving Army junior ROTC personnel with cadets or students participating in that program. We'll have more news after this.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 2 for $25. Oh, and congratulate your sister for making the basketball team. She's thrilled. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Enjoy 2 full meal combos for $25. An appetizer, 2 mouth-watering entrees like our crispy chicken breast, smoked barbecue quarter leg, or smoked jalapeno cheddar sausage. Served with corn on the cob and french fries. 2 bold combos for $25. A full-on meal deal available nightly for a limited time. Together, we Chili's.
News time here at The Point is 11 minutes past 6 a.m. The Guam Board of Medical Examiners has decided that Dr. Shishin Miyagi committed no violation of the Physicians Practice Act during the physical examination he conducted on a 5-year-old boy, Asher Lubovsky. Asher's father, David Lubovsky, filed a complaint with the board alleging Dr. Miyagi failed to diagnose his son correctly. Miyagi examined Lubovsky's son at the SDA clinic a few days before the child died at Guam Memorial Hospital. Lubovsky contends that he informed Miyagi of his son's symptoms, but he was told nothing was wrong. During an April board meeting, Chairman Dr. Nate Berg said the official records looked like a regular wellness child visit, and he said, "I can't see anything that looked out of the ordinary." Other board members present during that meeting agreed with the chairman's observations. On May 16th, the Medical Examiners Board sent a letter to Dr. Miyagi absolving him of any violation at this time. Lubovsky has filed a lawsuit against Miyagi, a physician assistant, SDA, and their insurance company. He also has filed a government claim against Guam Memorial Hospital. At the urging of Guam Delegate Michael San Nicolas, a second Trump administration cabinet official has agreed to continue discussions on Guam's Earned Income Tax Credit. During a House Natural Resources Committee budget hearing last week in Washington, the Department of the Interior Secretary David Bernhardt said he is more than willing to help figure out whether the EITC paid by the government of Guam to migrants from the freely associated states should be a factor in Guam's compact impact reimbursements. In response to a request for assistance from Congressman San Nicolas, Bernhardt said, "It seems like an anomaly that maybe just has not been thought of." And he promised to work with San Nicolas and the Treasury Department. He said he'll work with the Department of Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin as well. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
All right, I got partly cloudy today with isolated showers. South winds up to about 15 miles an hour today. Daytime highs warm, 90 degrees. And maximum afternoon heat index around 102 degrees today. Expected overnight lows not much cooler, 78 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:41, and the sun came up this morning at 5:54. Michael Knight now, the weather whisperer, going to take us through the radar and the satellite, and might even scare up some windy for everybody here this morning. Let me just get this on the screen so everybody can see what's going on in the radar.
Yeah, those southerly winds bringing in a lot of low-level moisture, and that doesn't really give us much in way of fuel for afternoon showers or thunderstorms, although it could as the heat picks up later today. We get what those called the island effect storms. So but we could see some of those showers later on today. Got some stuff off to the west. It's been hanging out there for the last couple of days. That's actually some trough energy from the fronts, and I'll show you the fronts here on the satellite. Right now, no rain for us, and if you get a shower this morning, you'll be really lucky. We've got frontal action happening down around 20 degrees north latitude. That big blobage up to the north of us, that line across there, they're going across left to right. That is the 20-degree latitude marker line, and we are right below there, and we're getting a little bit of push of energy from these fronts that are coming down. This is just bizarre. I have never seen the fronts come down this far south, this far deep into the season. We are already into the latter parts of May now, and we have a front down below 20 degrees north latitude. The models are actually forecasting some of this moisture to make its way into our area by tomorrow, and we can kind of see some of that happening right now. Not sure how much rain that will give us, but they do say the rain chances will pick up a little bit because that moisture will be at the mid and upper levels. Right now, we've just got low-level moisture and these southerly winds bringing that in with the sun coming out today. It is going to be capital H-O-T.
It was devil horns and crazy yesterday.
Yeah, it really was.
I went out for grill marks. I just couldn't resist it. I stayed out with the grill marks. Every time I think maybe I've had enough, I'd go, no, just a little bit more. And so it is possible that if I take the glasses off, you might actually see. Is it coming through here? There's the cheeks are rosy red. and a little bit of shade here where the sunglasses were is exactly the look that I'm going to be sporting here for the next couple of days, because I could not resist the urge to spend a lot of time in the grill marks yesterday. So that's news and plenty of weather together here on the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, they place roots.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. My name is Alicia Blas from Agate, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Putehi Igomamu. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Right on, quarter after, and portions of the Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by the folks over at Cars Plus. Now, that might still be in the middle of this Jeep celebration that they've got there. You got to get yourself behind the wheel of a brand new Jeep Wrangler. Could get $6,000 worth of accessories. Guys over at Micronesia Renewable Energy, there's never been a better time to go solar. They'd love to hook you up with a solar system now and a battery panel that will keep the lights on even after the sun goes down. No GPA required. Call them for details. Guys over at American President Lines, where they're shipping the future, and Guam Regional Medical City, first choice for your specialty care needs.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Got a piece of good news from the police department. I'll share that in just a second. But first, I want to get things started. 6:16 in the morning. This is Ray Gibson, and welcome to the program. Excuse the mess and excuse the sunburny part. Weird, because I wore a hat specifically so that I would not get grill marks on the face. And I managed to get grill marks on the face. And then, but the hat still gave me shade. So I've got, it looks like I wore a collared shirt yesterday, just over the neck, because the rest of me has got color. Scott, and I'm going to have to go back out maybe in the next couple of days and even things out. And yeah, there were some pictures on Facebook of that. And, of course, getting some moon bake on Saturday night.
Does your hat have little flowers in it?
It does not have flowers in it.
Good.
That would have been cool, though, if it did.
No.
But anyway, but I got some moonshot on Saturday night.
Yeah.
That was nice. I mean, just a beach and a bonfire and a full moon up in the sky. Absolutely could not. And more on that and some of the the third weekend of the Ray Gibson birthday month activities that took place. Maybe I'll share some of that with you, the parts that I can't share. But anyway, Michael Knight in that studio, he gets the phone when you call 888-8255. Is that the number? That is our number, right? 8255.
Yes.
All right, so 8255 is the telephone number around here. You can WhatsApp me at 988-5874. Again, 988-5874. And some really, really cool images coming in from viewers this morning, people that have taken me up on the challenge to send some nice sunrises from their locations, from their house 20.
I took a sunrise pic and posted it with my weather forecast this morning.
Yep.
And then, of course, as luck would have it, 10 minutes later, it was beautiful.
More
so
beautiful? It was beautifuler?
It was, yeah, beautiful. It was mo better, as they say in Hawaii. So I took another one.
Did you send that to me?
I sent that to WhatsApp.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that.
That's
Michael
a nice
Knight
shot
there.
though.
Oh, yeah.
I had one of the first.
What's that cloud? There's a name for that kind of cloud.
Nah, that's
just a
cumulus thing. But you got the pink ones are actually upper level cirrus clouds. So that's why they're pink. They're reflecting light. They're ice crystals. They're up around 40,000 feet. The big one right in the middle, though, and those other darker ones.
It's just kind of a local.
Cumulus, low level cumulus clouds.
Very, very pretty. And some exciting stuff here. Pam Duvall, who we'll speak to in just a little bit, sent some great pictures, a great image of the sunrise. It actually is the moon set, maybe? Is it? Do we want to call it that? From her place, where you can just make out the image of the moon through the papaya trees in the yard. Very, very nice, very artistic, very creative, and very much appreciated. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post, who will include this in reports for the morning. Police have located and arrested Ronnie Crisostomo for the Ordot home invasion. So it looks like they've got both of the knuckleheads there. As reported, GPD had issued a wanted flyer seeking the assistance from the community in locating Ronnie Vincent Crisostomo Jr., 22 years old, relative to several ongoing criminal investigations. Yesterday, officers from the Agutnia Precinct Command were able to locate Mr. Crisostomo at a home in Zotnia based on an anonymous tip that was called into the precinct. Ronnie Crisostomo later transported to the Agutnia Precinct Command, where detectives were activated to assume custody, was then transported to GPD headquarters in Tiedzin, where he was interviewed relative to the home invasion case in Ordot and other ongoing active burglary cases. Ronnie Crisostomo later arrested for his involvement in the Ordot home invasion, 3 burglary complaints in Tumon, Mangilao, and Salampago. He was arrested for the following offenses: home invasion, which is great because that is a separate allegation as opposed to just, you know, robbery. I mean, that in and of itself is a whole different division of crime. That's great. Robbery. Go ahead.
Shame.
Yes, shame. Conspiracy.
Shame.
Burglary, theft of property,
Shame.
criminal trespass, guilty, established by complicity, criminal mischief, possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 2, and violation of a court order, booked and confined. The case has now been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution there. So both of the jugheads in the Ordot Salampago case, where they accosted a 68-year-old woman. That's the other guy, Tysican, the other guy that was arrested in that's his M.O. He doesn't go after people that might be able to defend themselves. He goes after women.
Them some real manly types.
Oh, yeah. Let's go and hustle up on a 68-year-old woman who is incapable of defending herself. He was also busted a few years ago for trying to steal a purse from a woman. He couldn't defend himself to the woman without incapacitating her, so he sprayed her with mace first.
What's with these criminals here picking on kids and old folks?
I don't know. It's crazy, the kind of town we're living in. More on that in a minute. Did I already say Kevin Kerrigan's here from the Guam Daily Post? I think that's an important thing I gotta remind people about. Is that
Half a Monday.
It's good to have you here.
It's nice to be here.
It's a Monday, but it's that kind of Monday. It's Game of Thrones Monday.
Oh, can't wait, huh?
It's it was the season finale. It's the finale of 8 years, as the lady on Fox News was pointing out. It's over after today, and until they come up with the next versions of the show. They're going to spin things off, and there'll be prequels, and what do they call it? Origin stories and things like that. They've already started. I'm sure they've already started writing and maybe even casting some interesting characters to populate the new older or the different Westeros that we're all going to try to live in. And you're completely out of it now.
I really am. Now the 2-year break was just too much.
Too long for you.
I'm like you, man. I'm easily distracted, and if you give me that long between shows, I'm just gonna start watching something else.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's that, but I mean, it is the show, right? It's the thing that a lot of people have got. I mean, you can pick out any 5 characters in the show, and they will remind you of 5 other people in real life that you know. So it's interesting to and maybe you'll like them, maybe you won't like them, but it's still interesting to follow them around and see what happens. In this case, it's a chance to see of the surviving members of the Westeros cast who will make it out alive in tonight's program.
Yeah, well, for me, the series has become a lot like a baseball game where you're about in the 7th inning and your team was down by 3 runs and they were making that rally and they got the game tied and then suddenly there's a rain delay. And then, 2 hours later, they decide to go ahead and start the game over again. And, of course, your team's lost all the momentum, and you've lost interest. And that's me.
And Dennis Bensor said, no, it's never over. Hey, got to get around to saying good morning to people, don't I? Almost forgot.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. Troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
And the top 10 players this morning on the Who Can Get Their Comments In First of the Ray Gibson Show on Facebook Live. Ishmael, which is odd because I don't even think he's in town. John Ray, and there's James. John Ray and Rick Blankafleur, before they commented, actually took the time to hit the share button for family and friends all over the place. So we got a larger than usual crowd, I think, that's going to be hanging out with us as a result of that. I see James Howard, Dennis Bensor. There's Mark, Joe Bloss, John Torres, Landon Nadler, Nick Perlaska, Wisniewski and cousin Tommy Barcinas are all in the top 10 this morning for Facebook Live commentary. There's others that are online. There's who's playing around here? Rico's there. Simon Sanchez, Ken LG. Nice shots of the backyard and through the back kitchen there. Anita Moffness and Tony and Pinko Adder. Randy Kruger's there. There I see Anita Moffness's Valentine's eyes. Al Batista with a Havaday. There's James Sasai, Ed Massey wishing everybody a good morning. Tim Lahan, Greg Karabrock from Take Care. Joel Et Cruz with his morning greetings. I got Bob Lizama saying good morning, Ray and crew. Gary Xavier Canata, good morning to you. Ken Leon Guerrero and Eric McKinnon. Ken's issuing some, what is that? It's a YouTube link. Maybe I'll visit that YouTube link in a second, see what's going on. And Juanita Machi is online, Charlene Marcia. So there's Rudy Magallanes. And Rudy will be happy to hear that there's some additional money that's floating around, some more tax refunds supposed to be out in the streets this week. I'll check that story in a second. Sylvan Tudela, John St. Nicholas, Pam Duvall, as usual, is online. Marlon Molinos is there. Good to see you and your name on Facebook Live. There's Vanessa Augustin Judikpa. Very, very nice to see you. I'm going to right-click on that and make sure you're the right person there. That's who I thought you were. Gina Kono, Eunice Mendiola, Levon Guerrero Meno, Rose Greeno, Mark Mendiola, no doubt celebrating the good news that the Guam Department of Education has received a clean opinion from the Guam OPA. Some interesting numbers, interesting ups and downs in the Department of Education. But for the 6th year in a row, the Guam Office of Public Accountability has issued a clean opinion for the Guam Department of Education and the way they handled their finances. The amazing thing is it wasn't that long ago, and I wasn't a boy broadcaster. This doesn't go back to the far, far days when Jesus Christ was doing overnights. It wasn't that long ago that GDOE was literally unauditable. You just couldn't get anything out of them. There just money went in and it got spent and there was no accountability. Much better these days. Mo Cotton's online, so I guess we can start. There's Rudy Magallanes. Yes, thanks for reminding me about tax refunds. There is a story, as I said, and I'll get to it in a second. I'm in the pile that I've got here this morning. It's some new stuff and some old stuff that was left over from last week, including this story here about Brightons get drunk more often than anybody in the world. Adults in the UK get drunk more often. Brighton's reported getting intoxicated an average of 51.1 times in a 12-month period, almost once a week. In comparison, the global average, which looks at 36 countries, is just 33. The United States, Canada, and Australia closely following the UK. Americans get drunk about 50 times a year. Canadians and Australians about 47 times a year. I can't believe that we... You'd think the Australians would be a little further ahead than us. Definitely the Canadians.
The Irish.
Canadians, there's nothing else to do there.
You know, all you got to do is go to Seoul and you can watch them sleep in the streets.
But we're getting to that point here,
Tokyo,
I think.
too.
Getting to that point here. So anyway, as I said, there's stacks of stuff that we can talk about this morning, and maybe some of it echoing some of the conversations that I had over the weekend. But first, Chris Abalencia is there. I got Yoichi Ungil Tutao. Good to see you, my friend. Good to hope you had a good weekend out there. Anyway, 6:27 in the morning, and items on the table of contents, and the title of the program today on Facebook Live. The title is "Naked Without My Phone." I don't have my phone today. I don't have my cell phone today.
I would forget to wear pants before I would forget my phone.
Right? I don't know what happened. I was at the desk, and there was something in the Daily Post I wanted to take a picture of and send to somebody, right? So I wanted to take this picture and snap it, and I said, let me just get my phone. And I realized it hit me like a ton of bricks hitting Cersei last week on the show. I don't have my phone on me.
Wow.
And I'm sure it's exactly in the house where I left it, probably on the couch or on the stand by the door.
Now, do you actually feel out of sorts, or is it just kind of like one of those things?
I have WhatsApp, so the WhatsApp is on in the phone, and the internet connection is on at the house, which means the WhatsApp on my computer is working. I can still see the WhatsApp. That way, you know, when GPD sent the note out that they had got that other jughead in the home invasion, I was able to see that. So I've got WhatsApp working, and all the other messaging services. The only other messaging service I use is Messenger that comes with Facebook, and I got Facebook open here. So I'm not complete, but it's just, you know how I like to go to the bathroom before the show.
Right.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Don't have.
Yeah. Can't cruise through Facebook.
Yeah.
And you can't get text messages.
They come in on the messenger. So I might be able to get
do
text.
they? Okay.
Yeah, but
I didn't see. I didn't
text me. No,
yeah, I didn't.
I get text. I get messages on on WhatsApp. That's my primary.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're sending me a text message, let me just show you the calendar where it says 2019. Yeah. It was an interesting feature, but in the face of WhatsApp that uses the same phone and the same phone number, it's all right. But a little bit. So if you're trying to call me today. And there are still people that use phones to actually call me and get into a conversation. Good luck until afternoon, until after I get...
Man, that's so old school.
And then even then, I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to wake up and watch Game of Thrones. That's it. Now, there's a question as to whether or not people are going to be... how they're going to respond to this. And if you're in business... Simon Sanchez, there's a businessman. I'm looking at all kinds of other names and faces. Greg Karabrock, right, from Take Care, is online. And I've got to ask you, business people, how much productivity are you going to lose today and tomorrow with people gossiping about Westeros? I mean, listen, how much time have I wasted on the radio just today talking about it? Was it 3 or 4 minutes or something like that? How many employees do you have that are absolutely hooked on it? Dennis Mansour is out there working, and I don't know whether Dennis, where he's at, whether he's got 4 or 5 guys that they can sit around and jaw-jack about Westeros, what happened last week, what the suspected plot twist is going to be tonight, who's going to live, who's going to die, who will finally ascend to the Iron Throne.
They can take their time because Dennis actually has a dragon to cook the food.
Yeah, he's got that kind of thing. Anyway, so that's the big deal. Somebody's actually done the work on this while, and I'll read you the story here, while we emotionally gear up for the Game of Thrones series finale. Employers are bracing themselves for the financial blow they'll likely receive Tuesday. Well, our Tuesday, their Monday, though nearly a million people have signed a petition urging HBO to remake Season 8 with competent writers. The viewership for the show's final episode is expected to be massive. Millions of people expected to tune in will surely be distracted at work the following day. That is, if they even decide to come into the office at all. There might be some people just emotionally attached to somebody that may lose it tonight, who will be, oh, Dennis says he's off today, okay, who will be incapable of functioning tomorrow because they will be in literal grief. Study conducted by the Workforce Institute at Kronos. You know them. They do timing machines. Predicts that 27.2 million live viewers will either miss work completely the next day or arrive late, work remotely, be less productive than usual, or suffer some other impact on their work obligations. Of that number, 10.7 million Americans are expected to skip out on work entirely.
That's crazy. That sounds like a Super Bowl.
Overall, the study concludes that 35.8 million Game of Thrones fans have spent at least an hour of work each week gossiping about Westeros since the Season 8 premiere on the 14th. As such, the loss of productivity has already cost employers $3.3 billion in revenue and productivity, and the number is expected to increase today. So there you go. There you have it, friends. You're wondering what the impact is of Game of Thrones. Imagine, bigger than the compact impact here.
It should be noted that Bran is the odds-on favorite to finish at the top.
Really?
And sit up top.
But he's not Bran anymore.
He's the odds-on favorite to make it.
Yeah, but again, he's not Bran. He's the three-eyed raven or something like that.
Well, if anything's going to win, it would have to be something like that, I guess.
I'm waiting to see what the predictions are on our Facebook live chat. So please, if you will, if you're following the show, if you're hooked on it, then I want to know what it is that you are thinking is going to be happening tonight. There's a lot of people ticked off about last week's show, the barbecuing of King's Landing and the demolition of the Red Keep. Who is going to be the hero? There's a lot of people that want to see Arya be the hero and have her ascend the throne, one way or the other. But they said she already had. There's a bunch of people that say, well, Arya already had her hero moment. We have to leave it for somebody else.
Jon Snow.
Jon Snow. But he said he wouldn't take the throne, because if he takes the throne,
he will.
But how? He's already.
That's why we
Danny's
have to tune
mad.
in and find out.
Yeah, you know I hate waiting. 6:34, I know you hate waiting too, so let's get to the headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, 22-year-old Ronnie Vincent Crisostomo Jr. has been arrested in connection with last week's invasion of the home of a 68-year-old woman in Ordot. Police issued a wanted flyer for him on Friday, warning he was dangerous and possibly armed. Yesterday, officers from the Agana Precinct Command found him at a home in Jonia based on an anonymous tip called into the precinct. Crisostomo was arrested for his involvement in the Ordot home invasion and 3 other burglary complaints in Tumon, Manilao, and Chalampago. Among the allegations he's now facing are home invasion, robbery, conspiracy, burglary, theft of property, criminal trespass, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Crisostomo has been booked and confined. His alleged companion in the home invasion, 24-year-old Francis Jerome Tysican, was arrested on Thursday. 27-year-old Joshua Dean Laurel Charfaris has been arrested on allegations of pointing a gun and threatening another man known to him. According to the magistrate complaint, Charfaris got into an argument with the victim over his rent. During the argument, he is alleged to have taken out a black semi-automatic pistol from his waistband and pointing it at the victim's face and saying, "Don't test me. I told you already. I'll get you my stuff and pay my rent." Charfaris is being charged with terrorizing possession of a Schedule II controlled substance and possession of a firearm without a firearms ID. All 3 charges are third-degree felonies and include a notice of felony committed while on felony release. Charfaris was on pretrial release in a 2018 theft of an automobile. A warrant was issued for his arrest late last year. Guam Department of Education reduced personnel spending by about $1.44 million in fiscal year 2018 compared with the previous year. According to a fiscal 2018 audit report published last week by the Office of Public Accountability, Guam DOE spent $222.2 million in salaries, benefits, and retiree health care in fiscal 2018. It's a little over a 0.5% decrease from the previous year. According to the report, the impact of the Federal Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 on GovGuam revenues meant an almost $13 million decrease in Guam DOE's budget last year. A hiring freeze in central office staff and school administrators and a delay in hiring substitute teachers was also implemented. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Gotcha. 6:36 in the morning, swing by iConnect and ask about some great plans that they've got. Save you a lot of money on your telecommunications use in 2019. No need to get the biggest and craziest bandwidth, the latest and greatest phone. If all you want to do is make or receive a telephone. You know, a day like today would be cool if you could just go to I need a day rental. Is there a way that you can hook me up with my number and make a day rental and then just keep me from going into withdrawals between now and when I can finally get back to the phone at my house that I miss very much? That would be cool. Call them at 888-8888.
In illness and in wellness, Calvo's Select Care is health care that is there for you. That's why over 80% of the Guam medical community places their trust and insures with us. We offer our members wellness and fitness programs for a healthier lifestyle and provide a comprehensive medical network on and off island to help members from unexpected illnesses. Contact Calvo's Select Care today for more information.
So bad. A little bit of traffic that you might find at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Harmon Loop Road on the north side. A little bit of activity on the other side as well, over by the mobile gas station by the McMobile. Sorry, there's no mobile there. It's just the McDonald's at the intersection of 27 and 16. 8, 10, and 16 running clear right now. Virtually all of Marine Corps Drive is looking good. Let me see if I can scooch down real quick and see what's happening in Sumai. Nothing happening there. Don't see anything backing up over at Navy Hospital so far. So I think it's going to be all right. Wait a second. Where is that? Looks like there might be a little bit of business waiting for you if you are headed southbound, outbound from around the St. Anthony School. Maybe get some kids that are lining up for the last days of school down there. 6:38 in the morning, and that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data2Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The U.S., China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data2Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah. So the guy says morning talks that matters, and so I'm going to jump back into a conversation about Game of Thrones. I'm sorry, just need to get it out there. Alicia Canatu saying, good morning, guys. Nice to see you online. Cousin Troy is online this morning. Dude, you have been hitting the gym hard. This guy's, have you seen Troy's arms? They're just massive. Massive. Whatever it is that you're doing, keep it up, because I mean you're looking unbelievably powerful these days. Aditya Camarillo is online. Dennis Bensor, and here's his prediction. He says, I think Arya will die trying to kill Dany. That's when Jon Snow will kill her, and then they'll hold elections for regional mayors. You know, I can't tell if you're just joking about the regional mayors thing. Because I think all of the other kings are dead now, and all of the rest of the 7 kingdoms. But that's I've heard that is what Arya is so mad about, the demolition and the unwarranted raping and pillaging of King's Landing. It will be her position that Daenerys could not possibly be sit at the Iron Throne, and will try to take her out. I've heard that, or a variation of that in the last couple of days. Good morning, Ming O'Ree and Rico Blancaflor. Arya will not sit on the Iron Throne, but she will be pivotal on who will sit on the throne. There's Dave Torrey. We talked about this on Saturday night. Joe Leasea-Long is out there. Prudential Meadow says, pull out a loan to pay war reparations immediately. Are we still talking about Game of Thrones? Yoich Rangil, and an observation from him, he says, it never ceases to amaze me that whenever I go to Ross at GPO, the line to the cashier is long, while not even half of all of the cashiers are open. Consequently, customers would have to stand in line and wait, and then wait some more. Yesterday, I went to that store to get something, and the line was snaked all around the area, and yes, I had to stand in line and wait for about 20 minutes. I hope they do something about this. I'd like to see at Ross, among this, I'm going to take a page. God, it's a miracle. I'm going to take a page out of the Government of Guam manual, their customer manual, and say that there's something that Ross ought to do. There needs to be a senior citizen line. I'll tell you why. Because I'm a senior citizen and I hate standing in line.
Yeah, not only that.
There ought to be a place, but, with the senior citizens, constitute a pretty big part of the customer base over at Ross. So it's possible that if they opened up a senior line, it would be just as long as the other lines.
Probably so, but they do need to kind of streamline their checkout system there. It's highly inefficient. The problem with this, though, in this particular way that this rant is shaped up, there aren't enough people who want to work. And that's why they don't have enough checkout people in Ross, because there just aren't enough people who actually want a job. No, why? The government gives them money for free. Why should they work? Yeah,
Ken LG has got a riff on that in one of the newspapers, one of his editorials, and talks about the incredible rate of what is it, 34%? No, it's got to be more than that for Guam, isn't it? I'll look it up. But the numbers of folks around here that are on some kind of assistance, and the SNAP program, and then there's other forms of assistance, housing programs, and Medicare, Medicaid, and whatever the local version of all of that is. So yeah, there's why work? I could go to work. They're going to make me stay at that job for at least 8 hours before I can go home again.
Well, that's kind of the prevailing thought too.
I'll just go and get the and line up with the public health, and then before you know it, they'll give me a card, and once, twice a month, they'll put money in the card, and I can go eat steak and lobster.
Yeah, there are people living all around me that are part of a system like this, and I've talked to them about it, because I'm like the only dude in the building that actually works.
Has a job.
And, you ask them, and they're able-bodied people, and, you don't want to pry too much. I don't want to, accuse them of being lazy or anything. I just say, Payless is hiring, this other place hiring. Why don't you? No, if I do that, I'll lose benefits.
There's that
That's
too.
They'll just flat out tell you, I can't. I make more staying at home than I would going over there.
And I'm wondering what the impact of an increase in the minimum wage is going to do. I mean, will that drive people out of the programs that they've got some entitlements to? In my view, increase in the minimum wage is probably just going to be an increase in money that's going to be going out to the government of Guam. 6:43 in the morning. There's more on that. Sure, you can call it in. Ken LG says many of the people on assistance are working poor. Jim Lanzo says, good morning. I agree with Mike. There's a lot of people out there where you go, hey, there's a job opening, but they go, but it's number one, I probably make more money with these assistance programs. That's their version of the living wage.
And it's work,
and
man.
then I got to work. Then I got to work for the man. And they're going to make me take a bath every day and wear my nice Zoris to work and not have an attitude and call in when
Can't day drink?
Can't day drink. Oh, you can always find a way to day drink. I mean, that's the. What do you think?
I do.
What do you think? What do you think is happening? You know, that's why the.
You still think this is water, don't you?
Anyway, 6:44 in the morning. The top story again is the cops were able to get that jughead. What's his name? The Crisostomo dude. And effect an arrest. Let me just call this up here. I want to make sure I get the names right. Police locate and arrested Ronnie Crisostomo for the Ordot home invasion. So that's both of the guys that were involved in it and have now been taken and are in, I hope, some kind of custody. But crazy. Did you read up on what it was the other dude said? Francis Jerome Tysican. And the story that Nick Delgado did in the Post, robbery suspect allegedly volunteers to do the time. They went and found one guy, and we're talking to the other. Tysican told authorities he read about the incident in the newspaper. At one point, he claimed that he was never in the car used in the alleged incident. However, he later said he always rides in that vehicle after investigators told him they have evidence placing him inside the car. He then told police they'd never find his fingerprints on the jar inside the car. And the cops said, "How do you know there was a jar inside the car?" He says, "Well, I read about it in the media." And the cops said, "No, we left that out of the conversations with the media. And thanks very much for fessing up to it." That it will place him in that vehicle and near the evidence of the crime. After authorities told Tysican information regarding a jar was never released to the media, he responded by saying, according to court documents, "Never mind, you're just getting frustrated. I'll do the time. Just take me in so I can sleep." I love that. I love that. Remember I was telling you about the sense of entitlement that these guys have. He knows about what it's going to be like over on the inside. He knows what it's like at the Department of Corrections. He'll be able to finally get some rest. How about that? Take me in so I can sleep. Just not. Yeah, you got me. I'm really sorry. I've got a big drug habit, and the lady had money, and I feel really, really bad about what I did. I can't believe I did it again, took advantage of a little old lady. I feel so bad. How will I ever repay her? How will I ever repay the community? Nope. Never mind. You're getting frustrated. I'll do the time. Just take me in so I can sleep. Brilliant. Brilliant. There it is. The product of our educational system, ladies and gentlemen. There's a current version of our proud culture. Right there. Take me in so I can get some sleep. 6:47 in the morning, 888-8255. James Howard asking about the airplane parts story, and I only know what I'd seen in the news coverage in the Daily Post. It looks like there's some new stuff on that, Kev. So we now have we've got airplane parts that are making their way to shore, just like the cocaine did last year. I wonder if there's any kind of connection there. But anyway, so we know where at least one of these airplane parts came from, Kev?
Yeah, it looks like they both came from, but they're not confirming it yet. But there was a flight that took off on Saturday the 11th from Anderson Air Force Base, and parts of the foreflap fell off. And it looks like they've recovered them.
But did the plane come back to Guam? Or
No, it flew on to Honolulu.
They look like important parts of the airplane.
It certainly does, but they didn't stop. They didn't come back. They went on.
I need to find a pilot buddy of mine. How often does that happen where it looks like important pieces of the wing have come off and you just go, well, fell in the ocean. We're not going to be able to get it back. We'll just keep going.
Yeah.
Is that
That's
really?
what they did, yeah.
That is...
It landed in Honolulu without incident, according to the FAA.
Crazy story.
The incident happened here. So.
But now my original speculation was I thought maybe it was part of that Malaysian flight that disappeared.
Oh no,
nothing. That's long gone.
Yeah.
Bottom of the ocean. We'll never. It's like with the Titanic. We'll never find it till we find it.
Out in the Indian Ocean someplace, too far away from
us. 6:49 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. You want something else to talk about? That's all right. Did you find Pam? Give Spam a ring. No, she can't talk before 8? She's online. I can see her. She's typing. Yes, feed me. House me, clothe me, let me rest, let me go so I can go and do it again. This is James saying, come on, man. That's got to be crazy stuff here. F-35 and criminal describes DOC as a rest stop for refreshments and sleep. I told you, because they have this sense of entitlement, because we've got lax judges. 888-825-5888-TALK. Topic of conversation in a couple of places that I was at that did not involve Game of Thrones, actually involved security systems. My buddy Manny, and there's a story not that long ago about Manny's place getting broken into, and they were able to assist the police department in the investigation of that crime because they had all kinds of technology at their disposal. They had, like me, a video surveillance system and house bristling with cameras. You remember back in the old days where only place that was bristling with cameras were like department stores. But the technology, the price of the tech has come down, and the ease of installation has come down as well. It is all intents and purposes now a DIY project, and so we got to talking about that, and pretty soon here comes old Brooksy. Sits down next to us and says, wait, I'd like to know a little bit more about this subject. Tell me about what you're using to surveil the house and what you're using for intrusion detection. And so, we got to talking about his system, and I got to talking about my system. End of the day, though, if something were to happen, I would get a message that says that the place is broken into. And then I'd be able to turn on my surveillance system and see who has broken into the place. Not difficult. And we'll be able to capture a screenshot and send it to the police department and say, this is the guy. So go get him. And in a lot of cases, I think in a lot of cases, that's how they're doing it. I can also take pictures of the guys I did last week and stick it up on Facebook. I didn't ask who the guy was that I think was casing my place for a home invasion. But if I had, I'm sure I would have gotten an answer. But just asking the question online, anybody know this guy? Because I think he means to do me harm. And probably could have gotten some kind of an answer on that, but I just stuck that up there for information. So I'd be happy to talk to you about my system. It's Secure Tech. This is not a plug. They're not advertisers. They're just who I went to install the security system at my house, and it ties in with the internet. Now, the only thing that my buddy Manny was doing different than me was he's got a backup internet system. So he's got it wired into his regular, whatever, GTA or Docomo router, but he's also got a backup feed. So if something happened to the one, he's got a MiFi that will accomplish the same thing, and the system will switch from one to the other. So I think that's pretty cool. It's something that I might invest in. And I told you last week about if you want just some basic stuff, just know who's knocking at the door, go and for $199 buy a Ring Doorbell 2 over at Home Depot. They had 15 of them last week. I bought one, so there might be 14 of them left. But go over there, and it hooks up to the Wi-Fi, and it takes minutes, literally minutes with a good drill and a screwdriver to install. And it comes with everything, the screws, the anchors, spares. They even have spares, and they say so. Well, look, we know it's possible you might lose something or you might botch the job, so we've included a spare so you don't have to go back to the hardware store. Nice guys, great product, and really, really good online service. Anyway, 6:53 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Another piece of good news for the second time in as many weeks. I like to say it because journalists like to write it that way. There looks like there has been some cleaning up going on up and down Ramirez Street up in Gigo. It's a dump, and everybody knew it, but it got to be a little bit more widely known because of this lady here. Good morning, Pam Duvall.
Good morning.
Nice to hear from you, and happy to see that you and other members of the community were able to get the second part of that cleanup done at that bus stop, huh?
Well, Ray, it's not going to be the end because while we were there, I showed Sabrina the rest of the street, and they're going to need some dump trucks and several weekends, months probably, before they can really get this cleaned up.
It's almost like an environmental rehabilitation that needs to take place up there.
You said it. EPA needs to see this place public health needs to see this place. There's just massive dumping, and it's been over the years. There's beds, there's tires. In front of people's yards, stacked up, they have, bags of trash that have been there. Wet, dry, mattresses, tires, metal, white goods. It's just everything. And there's certain areas that are burn piles where they tried to burn this stuff, and also part of the jungle. It's ridiculous.
Well, I get concerned about the nature of what could be up there, considering there's an aquifer.
Yes.
And what might be leaching out of these bags of trash, what might, which is safe now, but turn unsafe as a result of it burning, that is leaching into the aquifer. You just have no idea. And heretofore, I think people were comfortable looking the other way because, well, it ain't Marine Drive, it ain't Tumon, and the people up there, if they want to live in filth, they can live in filth all they want.
Right. Well, it's not just them, because whatever you do to this earth affects everybody. The other thing is, a lot of people at Zero Down don't have running water. So where then are they putting their sewage? Outside on the dump pile. And, really, they need to be fined. Every lot owner should be responsible for their lots, whether they rent, live there themselves, or if it's a vacant lot. We need to get a handle on this. And, Ray, this is just a little spot that we know of. Think of all the other places that we don't know of yet.
Well, there's a big chunk of that population. If they can't find some place to live, they'll put something together, a lean-to or 2 or 3 lean-tos in the boondocks, and just kind of walk through the weeds to get there.
Yes. And a lot of this trash that, the mayor's guys, they were concentrating on one little spot. They were there for hours, Ray. They never left that area. There are trash bags and all kinds of junk entwined in trees and roots. It's obvious it's been for years, just accumulating.
Being ignored.
There's just a few houses at that dead end, and it's almost so obvious. It's like, honey, take out the trash on your way to work, and it just goes out the truck. Close to their own home.
Got to get some enforcement going. I'll bet you there's somebody rolling around the legislature going, we'll write more laws. That's what we'll do. We'll write more laws and put more statutes on the books that are going to be ignored and not enforced.
Right. I would really love to see, and I encourage our senators to take a tour through the villages, not around the island and Tumon. Go through these ranch roads and see our neighborhoods. It's outrageous. I have a neighbor down the street. We call him the pallet man. He must be a tweaker, because everything he brings in tons of carpet. I mean, like a dump truck full of carpet, and leaves it right there at the side of the road. He's got appliances. He's got pallets stacked up. Well, during the dry season, just a couple months ago, his whole pallet shack burnt down. His tweak shack burnt down, took down a giant avocado and a mango tree with it. And he doesn't live there. He just goes there and, does his little thing. But, I've written down complaints, requests, and, short of dragging somebody from EPA over there to look at it.
Well, maybe that's what needs to be done. Maybe somebody needs to get dragged.
Yeah. Consider this. All this garbage, foodstuffs, diapers, whatever. Rats, Ray. Rats. They're coming out of that trash. And it's like nobody's doing anything, so it's allowed. It's okay. The little kids are going to see this and grow up to do the same things their parents are showing them. Chuck it outside.
Well,
toy break, throw it in the jungle so it can accumulate water, breed mosquitoes, and give the rats a place to live.
6:58 and change. Well, we appreciate the work that you've been done. There's also a humanitarian issue that needed to be discussed, and it had to do with what was happening with the old man, the man that was living at that bus shelter. Is he still there, or have they figured out a way to get him back to Chuk?
Well, Ray, I think I'm older than him because he actually doesn't know how old he is, but he looks about 40-ish to me, you know. Pretty heavy set, so, you know, he's been eating good. He was there Saturday, walking up and down the street like he usually does.
Yeah.
I went and checked on him yesterday. He wasn't there. Bus stop was secure with the yellow tape around it. And I heard that he has family in Chuk that want to pay for his trip and take him in, but
I hope that something happens. But keep me posted on the whereabouts of that guy if you can. I think that's the other interesting part of the story. Pam, I got to break away. Got the news now. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Rick.
And see you online. Thanks for sending lovely pictures of your sunset last night, or the moon set, as it were. 7 a.m. KUSG. Good morning. Here is the news.
On notice in a Sunday tweet. I'm Jane Metzler, Fox News. President Trump spending some time on Twitter this Sunday, sending out this message a short time ago. Quoting now, if Iran wants to fight, tweets President Trump, that will be the end of Iran. Never threaten the U.S. again. The Navy, meantime, wrapping up 2 days of exercises in the Arabian Sea. Also sending an aircraft carrier strike force to the Persian Gulf, a response to those unspecified threats by Iran. The president tweeting earlier about Michigan Republican Congressman Justin Amash. He is the first Republican calling for the president's impeachment. Amash claiming the Mueller report makes the case President Trump obstructed justice and that Attorney General William Barr misled the public.
President Trump fired back this morning, slamming Amash in a pair of tweets, saying in part, never a fan of Justin Amash, a total lightweight who opposes me and some of our great Republican ideas and policies just for the sake of getting his name out there through controversy. Ending by saying, Justin is a loser who sadly plays right into our opponent's hands.
Fox's Garrett Tenney, the youngest Democrat, hoping to replace the president, appeals for votes tonight in a town hall in New Hampshire on Fox. Fox's Jared Halpern has a preview live from Claremont.
This small town in western New Hampshire has become a frequent stop for politicians. A former Democratic stronghold, President Trump won here in 2016, and during the primary season of that year, held a rally here at Stevens High School. Tonight at South Bend, Mayor Pete Buttigieg making his pitch to voters in the gymnasium. Mayor Pete, as he's known, has rocketed past senators and other members of Congress in the crowded Democratic field, and in a recent Fox News poll, is in a statistical tie in a hypothetical 2020 matchup with President Trump. Jane.
Thanks, Jared. We'll be watching. This is Fox News.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
More severe weather forecast for the Central Plains. A flash flood warning still in effect this hour for people in the Dallas area. At least 11 confirmed tornadoes tearing through several southern states, most of them in Oklahoma and Texas. Homes and businesses destroyed, some injuries reported. Tens of thousands still without power, with hundreds of flights delayed or canceled, most of them out of Dallas-Fort Worth. Good news, though, for Memorial Day weekend travelers, a drop in prices at the pump.
It's been a long time coming. Gasoline prices were rising for 16 weeks straight, but now in these past 2 weeks, the price is down. It was a 66-cent jump it has lost 3 cents to an average $2.93 for regular grade. So on a net basis, it's still 63 cents higher than it was in early January.
Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg. Luck runs out for this lottery winner in Florida.
From lottery winner to accused criminal. Carly Harpster won $1 million last year, is under arrest in the drug sting dubbed Operation Smooth Criminal by police. Harpster is accused of selling heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine. She was one of 20 suspects arrested in the bust. Harpster has been in trouble with the law before, with arrests for drug possession, theft, and driving with a suspended license. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
After 8 years, this HBO series comes to an end tonight. Based on the books by George R.R. Martin, the Game of Thrones season finale, actually series finale, has fans guessing about who winds up on the Iron Throne. A spoiler thread on Reddit quickly taken down. Same thing happened last week. Producers spotted a leak. It was pretty much spot on. I'm Jane Metzler. This is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me. Just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet Wahio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
So what's the deal? Are you still paying for the right to have your checking account at your bank? Well, at Bank Pacific, we think it's our privilege, not our right. That's why we offer My Green Free Checking, where your monthly maintenance checking fees are zero. That's zero. And it comes with a free Visa check card and monthly green e-statements. My Green Free Checking. Bank Pacific today. Because having you as our customer, that's our privilege.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 22-year-old Ronnie Vincent Crisostomo Jr. has been arrested in connection with last week's invasion of the home of a 68-year-old woman in Ordot. Police issued a wanted flyer for him on Friday, warning he was dangerous and possibly armed. Yesterday, officers from the Agana Precinct Command found him at a home in Jonia based on an anonymous tip called into the precinct. That, according to a release this morning from Guam Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapao. Tapao says that Crisostomo was arrested for his involvement in the Ordot home invasion and 3 other burglary complaints in Tumon, Manilao, and Chalanpago. Among the allegations he's now facing are home invasion, robbery, conspiracy, burglary, theft of property, criminal trespass, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Crisostomo has been booked and confined. His alleged companion in the home invasion last week, 24-year-old Francis Jerome Tysican, was arrested on Thursday and remains in custody as well. The Federal Aviation Administration has confirmed that an investigation is underway into parts from a wing flap that came off an air cargo plane that took off from Andersen Air Force Base Saturday, May 11th. In an email response to an inquiry from the Guam Daily Post, Ian McGregor, the public affairs manager for the Pacific Division of the FAA, stated that the parts came off a National Air Cargo Boeing 747 as it was departing from Andersen Air Force Base. McGregor said the aircraft landed without incident in Honolulu. Andersen Air Force officials declined to comment on the incident Friday. Meanwhile, a second plane part was recovered Sunday morning by the U.S. Coast Guard. The 8-foot-long part was found in the water about 400 yards offshore at the beginning of the seawall in Pidi. That followed the recovery of an 11-foot wing flap that washed ashore Friday morning in Pidi. McGregor declined to confirm definitively whether the wing parts were linked to the National Air Cargo incident under investigation by the FAA. National Air Cargo is based out of Orlando, Florida. It operates on-demand cargo and passenger charter services. The wing part found on Friday had a manufacturer's label on it, which identified it as a four-flap from a 747 registered to a cargo transport company called Aerosup. We'll have more news after this.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 data-to-go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is data-to-go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. 27-year-old Joshua Dean Laurel Charfurus has been arrested on allegations of pointing a gun and threatening another man known to him. According to the magistrate complaint, Charfurus got into an argument with the victim over his rent. During the argument, he's alleged to have taken out a black semi-automatic pistol from his waistband and pointing it at the victim's face, saying, "Don't test me, I told you already, I'll get you my stuff and pay my rent." Charfurus is being charged with terrorizing, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and possession of a firearm without a firearms ID. All three charges are third-degree felonies and include a notice of felony committed while on felony release. Charfurus was on pretrial release in connection with a 2018 theft of an automobile. A warrant was issued for his arrest late last year, according to court documents. More trouble for GACS. A Guam Department of Education internal audit has not been able to validate $12,000 invoice submitted by the Guahan Academy Charter School. Internal auditor Franklin Cooperners said the invoice could not be validated because of an incomplete procurement record to support the expenditure. Guam DOE has the responsibility of verifying charter school invoices for verification to ensure that they are following procurement laws. The $12,000 invoice in question was part of a larger allotment request from Guahan Academy totaling $29,260. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Hey, and Mike now with some weather.
It's going to be hot today. That's all you need to know about the weather. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers. South winds up to about 15 miles an hour. High is 90 degrees. And because we had a dew point earlier in the morning that seemed to last a long time, got to be about 77 over at my house, and all the windows in the car kind of watered over here. And that's one of the reasons why Mike will say we got a heat index today. About 102, lows around 78 degrees. There's a sunset at 6:41. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 5:54. Michael Knight now with the radar imagery, give you an idea of what the right now weather is going to be like.
Yeah, generally speaking, the more moisture you have in the air, or the higher the humidity, the lower the temperature has to get, to start to, it doesn't have to get that low to start to condensate, because there's more moisture. So at a higher temperature, it'll actually start to gather on the cars and things. Looking at radar here real quick, this looks more like what we'd see maybe in December, January. Looks like a front out there to the west. That's kind of what it is. We've got some frontal energy out there, and the models are actually saying some of that moisture will come in over the next 24 to 48 hours. But for today, it's looking like it's going to be hit or miss if you get any showers. Looking at radar now, just a few little showers around. We got those southerly winds bringing in the moisture, but it's all low-level moisture. We don't have a lot of moisture at the mid or upper levels yet. That's kind of coming in from the northwest, and that's what may bring us a better chance for rain tomorrow. As we look here on satellite, we see the front up to the north. It's going to get really hot under the bright sunshine. Heat index up around 102, so if you got any outside plans, make sure you do some hydrating.
Yeah. And if you got outside, I'd also suggest maybe some kind of sunblock or something like that.
I would
because
suggest
the sun's just beating down on everybody.
Yeah, I'd suggest just stay inside.
Yeah, that'll work. Air conditioning, 7:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together right here on The Point.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're in Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the promo code? Look for the promo code.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the promo code on the screen and get $10 off your Stroll ride by inputting the promo code on the Stroll Guam app.
Did you see it? You got it?
I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
I'm happy to report that portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by a gaggle of great people, including Joey and Jan and Dunge over at Cars Plus in Mighty. Might still have a Jeep Wrangler on the lot for you. Buy that and throw in about $6,000 worth of accessories. It is a Jeep celebration going on, a celebration of your specialty care needs at Guam Regional Medical City and Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar, especially now that they've got battery systems they can attach to your solar systems, which will allow you to be able to store the electricity so you don't necessarily need to go back to GPA when it's time to go sleep or when the power goes out or when there's a typhoon. And then American President Lines APL is shipping the future.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Yep. What do we got here? Crude oil price today. Looking for Tapas, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pull that Tapas price up for you. It's one of those things. The Tapas price icon is on the phone, and the phone is probably on the kitchen table at the house. It's not here with me right now, and it's kind of freaking me out. I'll survive it, I suppose. 7:15 in the morning, I can give you the numbers for West Texas. In fact, let me look at all the numbers right now. The S&P 500, NASDAQ, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, unfortunately, finished the weekdays down last week. S&P 500 off by 16 points, closing at 28.59. NASDAQ drops 81 points to close at 78.16. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average will claw back up on tomorrow when the markets open at 25,764. And depending on the outcome of Game of Thrones, could be another down day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. FTSE's down. Nikkei is in the green, but by 187 points or so. Hang Seng off by 328 points, 27,947 for them, and the Shanghai Index at 2882 for that one. Looking at some of the other commodities, like I said, I can't give you Tapas. Oil, West Texas crude trading at $62.76. That's down from $63.14 where it was on Friday when we last looked at that. So that's what's going on in the markets. Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point coming your way in a second. While I'm waiting for Jerry to come on in and get things loaded for today's Monday version of the Extra Point, a note: everything in the world is dirtier than your toilet seat. There are new studies that come out every single day about something that is filthier than your toilet seat. And it's not that we do a great job keeping our toilet seats clean. It's just that there's a whole lot of germy things that we're all touching and attracting. You already know about your cell phone, right? You know it might be one of the dirtiest things that you're touching all the time. It's your fingers to the phone, whatever it's on. It's just there's a lot of bacteria and a lot of opportunity for the bacteria to grow. Door handles, another one. Jerry Roberts, and you were making the thing like you brushing your teeth, your toothbrush. Now, why would the toothbrush be germy?
Inside the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I keep mine outside the bathroom.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, the aerosols of things that are getting flushed.
Anything that's floating around in there is going to get into your toothbrush.
Huh. So, where do you brush your teeth at? What's the next clean room that you brush your teeth in?
I brush in the bathroom,
but
the
you leave it out.
Does not reside in the bathroom.
When I was a kid, the biggest concern about toothbrushes was that they still had some bits of toothpaste on it, and the cockroaches would like to go and hang out at the toothbrush because it was something sweet for them to eat.
Yeah,
something delicious and minty.
Yeah, ultimately, a toothbrush is not really a very clean place.
Well, I had taken, there was a time where, and I don't do it anymore because, I don't know, it's one extra thing to do. But I used to dip my toothbrush in Levoris or something like that.
Okay. thing.
You know,
Yeah.
just something to, you know, to quickly sanitize, neutralize, and whatever might be living on it. And then I'd brush my teeth. And I found when I did that, I got sick less often. I'd get head colds and throat things less often.
Less bacteria.
Another good idea, too, is to just rinse your brush in some hydrogen peroxide before brushing.
That'll work.
It's completely harmless, and it'll wipe out everything on the toothbrush.
When's the last time you heard the name Levoris?
Yeah, old guy. I used to buy it at
Listerine.
Yeah, Listerine, that's the stuff. I bought it at Gibson's.
Yeah.
Back in the old days.
Levoris was great.
It was a big deal. They had to own a section over at J&G. You remember back in those days?
Someone that made your mouth numb for like 45 minutes after you had it, right?
Yeah, you get the same effect from drinking hoppy beer, right? Some of those IPAs. Anyway, so ride share vehicles if you're headed off island for you know, whatever the partying. What's the holiday coming up next week? Memorial Day, right? So you're going to be out of town doing some Memorial Day partying and going into those ride shares, those Ubers or Lyfts or something like that. Apparently, it might be good looking, but they're 35,000 times more germy than your toilet seat at home. And they've added now. I haven't been to one in an awful long time. They've added now movie theaters. Houston media outlet went undercover into movie theaters collecting samples of what lies very close at hand. It found bacteria that can lead to intestinal problems, you know, your staph fungus and organisms that can cause skin infections in just 1 inch taken from the arm of the movie chair. The armrest of the movie chair. And they've, Texas A&M microbiologists, millions of organisms in a square inch. So hand sanitizers wherever you go. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Jerry Roberts, how was your weekend?
Oh, wait a
Go over there where the microphone and the camera can see you.
Yes, hi.
Was it good?
Weekend. What happened on the weekend?
Did you go anywhere? Did you do anything? Did you have incredible conversations with people over the weekend?
No. Not incredible conversation. Just
dull, colorless life you have. So this is like the peak of interesting times for you?
When I come in here, this is it, man. This is all there is.
Oh, my God. This is as good as it gets for Jerry. Please help him out. Anyway, Jerry Roberts in the studio with this morning's Extra Point, and brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and my friends over at First Hawaiian Bank. Want to get you traveling? Go to 2millionmiles.com of the World Wide Web. It all starts with yes.
Do you like that the world is constantly changing? Or would you like to bark out the command, okay, that's enough, leave things alone, and everything just came to an immediate halt and never changed again? I know folks like that. Wherever you are on that spectrum, let's chew on it today on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Travel the world and then some with the 2 million United Mile sweepstakes from First Hawaiian Bank. Enter and you could win the grand prize of 1 million miles or be one of 6 other lucky winners. The world is big. Our prize is bigger. Enter at fhb.com/2 million miles. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Sweepstake starts on May 1st and ends June 30th, 2019. Open to legal residents of Guam and CNMI. Ages 18 years or older. Visit 2millionmiles.com for official rules. First Hawaiian Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Well, good luck to those who want the world to stop changing. As the saying goes, the only constant is change. Most of us are just fine with change, so long as it's somebody else who is doing the changing, not us. I was delivering a training class many years ago in a company where certain departments were having troubles. The training was about human behavior, resolving conflict, forming agreements, and finding ways to work together peacefully and effectively. All was going well, and based upon the feedback I was receiving, I was sure I was getting through to everybody. Then during the break, people from both of these departments came up to me and said almost the same words. It's really good you're doing this training. The people over in XYZ department really need it. All I could do was smile and nod, but I was thinking, how could they have gone through what we just experienced and totally shed any personal responsibility for what's been going on here, instead shifting it all to the people in the other department? But isn't that what all of us do? What's the biggest outcry before every Guam election? We want change. Then what happens? We vote people in who make the same promises we've heard before and end up doing pretty much the same things we've seen before. And then we get mad at them. Why do we expect they would be any different? Where should the real change have come from? Managers and business owners may employ the same techniques and strategies to generate higher productivity. And even though they aren't successful, they keep on doing it the same way. They blame the workers, not their ideas, methods, and the overall approach. What did Einstein say about the definition of insanity? Let me give you the longer version this time. It's doing something and getting a certain result, then doing it over and over again and getting the same result, and then doing it yet again, but expecting different results. Where does the problem lie? Would the thing we are expecting to all of a sudden change its repeated behavior and end up differently? Or is it with us who are expecting that to happen and then are once again disappointed when it doesn't? If we want politicians to make different decisions, we need to use different methods to elect them. If we want managers and supervisors to lead teams that deliver better results, we need to train them, then hold them accountable to use what they've learned. We need to change. It's not the other person. It's us. It's me. It's you. If we want a better Guam, we need to stop passing the buck and hold ourselves accountable. The day is long overdue when we stop talking about change and instead be the change. That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I kind of like that one there. I kind of like this. I keep voting for different people, but the government keeps getting reelected. It's take a look at the legislative calendar and take a look at all the names of people that have been offered up by the politicians, the governor's office to serve on boards and commissions. And many of them have been in government before. There are some real notable names, and you're going, wait a second, why is she going there? What sacred wisdom knowledge is going to make that job any better than the job she did at some other board or commission that was also doomed and part of that old thinking that you're talking about? Yeah. And they say, well, so-and-so's got a lot of government experience. And I'm looking around going, but it's my experience in some places working with this government that it wasn't any good. Yeah. So why are we taking somebody because they have experience being on a board and commission and sticking them on a board or commission where they'll be just as incompetent?
Those are very good questions, Sodbuster.
Well, the folks over at the legislature keep taking these nominations and going through the dog and pony show, and unless you were Ding Tarinko, for all intents and purposes, they smile and nod and wave and put you back into the government. Yeah. Welcome back to a board or a commission. Yep. Try not to screw it up.
Yep. Well, so we all look at these millennials and Generation Z people, and we all say, well, it'll be different with them. Will it be different with them?
I don't know. You remember the 60s, Peace, Love, Dove, hair, all of that stuff, and everybody was anti-establishment, and then you get to be a certain age, and it doesn't matter how anti-establishment you were when you were in high school, in your college years. You became protesting the man.
Yeah, and then you became
in the establishment.
You became the man.
Yeah,
you became your parents.
Welcome. Oh my God, I remember that day. I remember that day. I quoted my own father, and I said, "Oh God, it's begun. There it is. I have become the generation that preceded me."
That's it.
And I don't know. There's no more idealism and any of that stuff. While I get in the businessy portion of the program, a couple of reminders: labor clinics going on this week. Small business opportunities. This is going to be taking place over at the Department of Labor. If you want information, go to their website, dol.guam.gov. And Boris and the team over at PTAC have got theirs, and this is all for doing business with the Fed, capability statement, which is an essential marketing tool for government contracting. The Guam PTAC will explain how to create a capability statement and what information should be included to improve your chances of winning a contract with the federal government of the United States.
There you go.
All right.
I like it.
Both of these are free, by the way. There's no charge for any of this stuff, and free experience from people that could get you out of that GovGuam rut and maybe into doing some of your own kind of business, working with the Fed and the FARs.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. 7:28 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts. If you're looking for opportunities to work with the local government of Guam, there's any number of RFPs that they've put out. I take a look at these almost on a daily here because there's always something interesting and where I begin to question some of the spend that goes on in the government of Guam. As an example, the Bureau of Stats and Plans Socioeconomic Planning Program is soliciting proposals from qualified and interested firms for professional services to provide removal of invasive bamboo stands within priority watersheds, specifically down in Maleso. You've seen the footage. You remember the last time we had a couple of big storms wash through here? I mean, not big enough to, I don't know, shut the place down and make it so we're all living in FEMA tents like they did up in Saipan. But you remember down south there, all this crazy footage of the flooding that they had down there and all of the places where they had a hard time clearing the blockage because it was all this bamboo that got in there and got tangled up in the system. So the answer to the question, obviously, is, well, let's get rid of the bamboo stands down there. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. I recall I put some of this decorative golden bamboo at the house because I wanted to have a stand of decorative bamboo.
Yeah, golden.
Golden bamboo. It got away from me so unbelievably fast. So unbelievable. What started off as a little 2x2 circle of decorative golden bamboo in the backyard became its own stand and began to occupy almost an entire section of the backyard. Yep, got to go through that stuff. And now it sounds like I'm complaining. I don't mean to complain because there is a benefit to doing this. And decorative bamboo and the regular bamboo grows in the forest. You can go out there, and if you know what you're doing, you can harvest the bamboo shoots and then eat it. And Grandma was at the house, and Grandma used to do that all the time. She'd go out there and start digging around in the edges of the bamboo stand and find some bamboo shoots. We start to eat it with the ramen, and it was tasty. Very, very good stuff. Anyway, 7:30 in the morning, we'll spend a little bit more time talking about that and those kinds of things here in a second. But first, we got to break away for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. A junior ROTC instructor has been removed from the George Washington High School campus after a student filed a complaint of misconduct. The complaint sparked an administrative investigation into an alleged relationship between the instructor and at least one student. Spokeswoman Isa Baza said Guam DOE has notified police, and if the case merits it, a criminal complaint will be filed. Guam DOE declined to name the junior ROTC instructor and only described him as a school employee, citing confidentiality, which is required in a personnel matter, she said. Various teachers and parents at the school say the school has known about the ROTC instructor's alleged relationship with at least two 18-year-old students for some time. Friday morning, DOE Superintendent John Fernandez reassigned the George Washington principal, Lydia Hernandez Avila. He said the decision was necessary to ensure the efficiency and integrity of the investigation. A Department of the Army policy forbids improper relationships involving junior ROTC cadets or students participating in the program. The Guam Board of Medical Examiners has decided that Dr. Shishin Miyagi committed no violation of the Physicians Practice Act during the physical examination he conducted on 5-year-old Asher Lubofsky. Asher's father, David Lubofsky, filed a complaint with the board alleging Dr. Miyagi failed to diagnose his son correctly. Miyagi examined Lubofsky's son at the SDA clinic a few days before the child died at Guam Memorial Hospital. Lubofsky contends that he informed Miyagi of his son's symptoms, but he was told nothing was wrong. During an April board meeting, Chairman Dr. Nate Berg said the official record looks like a regular wellness child visit, and he could not see anything that looked out of the ordinary. Other board members present during the meeting agreed with the chairman's observations. On May 16th, The Medical Examiners Board sent a letter to Miyagi absolving him of any violation at this time. At the urging of the Guam delegate Michael San Nicolas, a second Trump administration cabinet official has agreed to continue discussions on Guam's earned income tax credit. During a House Natural Resources Committee budget hearing in Washington last week, Department of the Interior Secretary David Bernhardt said he is more than willing to help figure out whether the EITC paid by GovGuam to migrants from the freely associated states should be a factor in Guam's compact impact reimbursements. In response to a request for assistance from Congressman San Nicolas, Bernhardt said it seems like an anomaly that maybe it just has not been thought of, and he promised to work with San Nicolas and the Treasury Department to resolve it. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Good plan. It's 7:33 in the morning. That's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and ask them about some great plans just for you. If you just need to hit the phone every once in a while, maybe send somebody a text or cruise Facebook. You don't need the biggest and baddest bandwidth in the whole wide world. Check them out, and they can tell you about plans that are suited specifically for you at iConnect.
Whether you're going grocery shopping, taking the kids to the mall, or going to work, you need a reliable car that can take you where you need to go. A reliable car also needs reliable insurance. Let Manbo Insurance make your auto insurance easy and uncomplicated. With Manbo, you can also save big when you bundle up and insure your car, home, motorcycle, or business. Enjoy great savings up to 50%. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for more details.
Is it traffic? 7:34 in the morning. There ought to be some kind of traffic that is going to be slowing you down. Let me just take a quick look at the traffic gizmo and see where some of those hot spots are going to be right now. As usual, you might want to expect some delays as you're getting into the Dededo area from the northern side of town. Things will start busying up. In fact, are busy over at the intersections of where Waisangsong meets Marine Corps Drive. Very busy on the way out of Route 3 towards Marine Corps Drive, and a little bit busy in both directions of Marine Corps Drive in that area. You'll see some traffic beginning to build at the intersections, but it should clear up by the time you get to about where Kmart is for sure. 8, 10, and 16 busy north and southbound through that intersection. 10 and 15 also busy as you might expect around this time of day. 4 and 10, yeah, over by the intersection it's slow, and then it's slow at all the intersections all the way into the downtown again the area. Don't see anything that's going to slow you down too much. I'll check the gizmo again in a few minutes and see if there's anything that is going to impede your way to work. 7:35. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Get 2 Pepsi 12-packs for only $8.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a Pepsi 12-pack for only $3.49 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get 2 Coke 12-packs for only $8.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
I got 7:36 on the studio clock here, 888-8255. That's 888-TALK. You can WhatsApp me at 988-5874. That 988-5874. And Mark Mendiola WhatsApped me something that I cannot unsee now. It's a picture of a guy. It's a video of a guy. And he says he doesn't know where it's from, and maybe it's from here, maybe it's not from here, but it's this guy, looks like he's walking around somebody's yard, and 1, 2, 3, or 4, maybe 5 white pit bulls come out and just go after him. And I couldn't make it all the way through the video. I watched, I don't know, about 30, 35 seconds of it and saw what had to have been just terror, fangs and teeth going after this guy, and I don't know how it ended. I'd never made it to the end of the thing. I'm sure it was unhappy, and I'm sure the guy was all bloody. Every once in a while, I'll hit the road, and there might be 1 or 2 dogs that come after me. There was a time I was running through Manila for a little bit, and every time I did, I always had one of those these expandable batons. So if a dog came out at me, I could open it up, and I hated doing it. I had to hit a dog once in the snout because I thought it was going to bite me, and I figured better to smack this dog on the snout than to have to get a bite. Could keep me off the road, but I hated doing it. People keep a leash on the dog. 7:37 in the morning. 888-8255. Going to do shouts to Manami Martin. Ejima is online this morning. Pretty Sandy Uslander is there. I got John Wigston, Ike Isaki, Richard Leon. Good morning to Ruthie Sakur, Ramona Nakamura, and Rai Rai St. Nicholas is there. Nate Horn. Ken LG's messing around with all kinds of topics. James Schmidt, Chalorna Larage, Shirag Bujwani from the Speaker's office. Lou Toves is online with us this morning on Facebook Live. Darlene Blas, Teresa Rigel. I see Therese, but I'm wondering, is it really you, Therese, watching, or is that, code for Clint? Melissa Akimoto and Jeff Pleadwell online on Facebook Live as well. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes with Mike Limtiaco, former Senator Mike Limtiaco, now member of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, who seems to be running parallel with desires that we here in the media community have about the meetings of minutes of a certain meeting of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, where the pay raises were discussed. And of course, the now illegal pay raises and bonuses had originally been meted out at that meeting. Folks like Kevin Kerrigan have FOIA'd and were denied by the Consolidated Commission on Utilities a release of those minutes. Pacific Daily News likewise did the same thing in reporting in one of the newspapers over the weekend that they were likewise denied by the Consolidated Commission on Utility. But the idea that those minutes would be held back is not universal. There are people on the Consolidated Commission that would like those minutes out and available to the media, among them Mike Limtiaco. Good morning, Mike. Boy, it took me a while to frame it. Let me are you still there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I got you now. What's it going to take? My understanding is that both you and Simon Sanchez are okay with the release of those minutes.
Yeah, Ray. So, just to clarify a couple of things, I wasn't part of the executive session that took place back in November 27th, as I wasn't on the CCU at the time.
Correct.
So, when we're discussing, and in the last couple of meetings that we've addressed this issue, I've listened to the other commissioners' concerns, and because I wasn't part of that meeting, right, I wanted to hear those that were present. I had to hear their side of their opinion of it. And one of the things that have come up are the personnel-related matters, right? So these areas regarding performance evaluations, and the commissioner's stance on it that we're present is, hey, we need to make sure that they are not liable for any release of information that may be protected, as far as the personnel matters that's discussed in the GCA. So, in the course of over the last couple of meetings, I've listened to their concerns and I've discussed releasing the minutes in both of those meetings, in both of the last two meetings, and also listening to their side as well, making sure I fully understand where they're coming from, and of course, respecting the fact that they were present and I wasn't. I haven't myself reviewed the meeting minutes. I've asked legal counsel to opine on whether I have access to those meetings that I was not a part of. So we're waiting for his legal opinion on it.
So wait, did I hear you say that you have not had a chance to review those minutes? You have not seen them?
No, I have not.
You have not seen those?
Yes, I was not part of the meeting. I have not seen the minutes. So we've asked legal counsel whether or not I have access to meeting minutes of executive session that I was not part of that meeting, right? So all those that were part of it obviously have access to it. But I have asked for legal opinion on whether or not I can review those meeting minutes. So I haven't seen the meeting minutes myself.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, the question is whether or not a current member of the CCU that was not part of the executive session has access to those meeting minutes. So we're waiting on legal counsel's opinion on it.
Right. No, I get that completely. Now, is that a question that you came up with on your own, or had you asked and then somebody else opined or expressed discomfort with showing it to you because at the time you were not a member of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities?
No, that's something that I brought up and requested legal opinion on.
Right.
If you review the meetings of the minutes of the last couple of meetings, I believe it was at the first meeting that we had to address the AG's letter. that I had requested a legal opinion on whether or not I have access to those meeting minutes.
Have you seen other documents from the other versions of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities?
From executive session?
Yeah.
No. I haven't seen any documents from any executive sessions that I was not a part of.
Is there any precedent? I mean, there have been other names that have sat in the Consolidated Commission on Utilities that were new or taking over from previous commissioners. Do you know if there's any other precedent to be able to have a current member of the CCU review executive minutes from prior meetings? Has it ever happened before?
Well, we're dealing with conflicts counsel right now, so I'm not sure Vince was ever brought in to opine on this question. But our current legal counsels have not offered an opinion on this question either. So really, the question is still up in the air. It's supposed to be answered today at our next meeting, which is tomorrow, though.
Okay. I'm also curious about something else. You know, they talk about the protection of the employees' rights and personal information, but it seems to me, and I've got to side with Bob Klitsky on this. It seems to me any conversations about the capabilities of management, your wife included, at the Consolidated at the GWA or GPA, regardless of whether it has to do with income. I mean, that's all ratepayer dollars or taxpayer dollars. So I don't know that that's necessarily shielded by quote personnel rules.
Well, I agree with Bob's legal opinion on that as well, as far as it relates to salaries. But I think what the issue is, Ray, is that in potentially, and I don't know because I haven't seen the meeting minutes, but what I gathered from the what's been discussed in the last couple of meetings is that there could be information that's intertwined with that conversation. So releasing the entire minutes in its entirety could have portions of that discussion regarding personnel matters intertwined with it. So I think that's the issue. So, one of the
yeah, but I mean, there is no, and I'm reading directly from Bob's write-up on this particular matter. Is 5 Guam Code annotated lists a myriad of limitations on the right to inspection, none of which reads personnel matters. In fact, the term personnel matters appears nowhere in that statute, nor does evaluations as a reason to exclude the information. So what you're saying is, there might be some of these conversations that are intertwined with the minutes, and there might be a reason for some people to redact that information. But as it regards, and this is again this seems to me conventional wisdom, is as it regards the performance and the evaluation of the performance of individuals, boards, commissions, and members of the executive team of the utilities, it seems to me that information should not be shielded.
Yeah, and
or redacted. I don't think there's a reason for it. We're not talking about anybody's health. We're not doing blood types or social security numbers or things like that. It's just here's the deal. The guy's doing a good job. We want to pay him more. All right. If that's the extent of the evaluation.
Yeah, and that's and that's one of the reasons why that I'm leaning. I'm leaning on towards the side of releasing the minutes. And we've asked these similar questions that you're referring to legal counsel, conflicts counsel right now. And, we're supposed to get a legal opinion from him tomorrow on these questions. And in addition to Commissioner Sanchez's request to ask conflicts counsel for his legal opinion, I've also asked those same exact questions to be asked to the Attorney General to get the Attorney General's opinion as well.
One way or the other. We'll watch and see how this plays out. And the reason why it's important that this maybe gets some kind of official ruling on how we have a conversation that involves quote personnel matters and things like that is we've got a couple of cases that are working over at the Department of Education right now. We've got a teacher that apparently we got a member of the staff that apparently brought a gun, a firearm, to the school. And it was subsequently his car was subsequently burglarized, and they had the school locked down. We know the name of the kid that burglarized the dude's car and got the gun, but for some reason there is no announcement of this guy's name, even though he broke the law. Police haven't, as far as I know, conducted any kind of investigation. The Department of Education currently working with a couple of cases where it looks like somebody over at the ROTC got a little too familiar with students there, and naturally their concern is their priority is to protect the safety of the students, but also to protect the identity of the perpetrator of this. for, quote, personnel reasons. And I don't see any reason why there should be any shielding of people's names. So we've got to get to an answer on when a little bit more transparency when people screw up.
Yeah, I agree, Ray. We do need to be as transparent as possible, and we need to make sure that we're in compliance with the law. And everybody on the CCU, there's no intent to hide any information. They want to follow the law. They want to comply with the law. Mistakes may have been made. They've recognized that. We all recognize it. We want to comply with the law. We want to move forward and correct it.
All right. Well, we'll watch and see how it moves forward and gets corrected. Like I said, I'm delighted that you seem to be on the side of the rest of the media and ratepayers, other ratepayers and utility customers that would like to know what the nature of those conversations were, as it has an impact on what you and I pay for our power and our water services. 7:48 in the morning. A note here from Dave Torrey wishing you a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, Ray. Appreciate it.
I'll wish you happy birthday too. How's the fire? I got the other governor, Ken Leon Guerrero, on the other line, and I'll head off a question from him. How's things going with the farm? You guys gonna be able to make my cheap eggs?
The farm's doing well. I mean, if you go down to Payless and you see the type of produce that we have in there, we're really starting to get the farm to a very productive state. So. We're extremely happy about that. As far as the egg production side of it, it's a huge investment. We're not going to take it lightly, and we need to have all of our ducks in a row, including a return on investment on what it's going to cost us to put that farm up and provide eggs to the community. So we're taking it methodically and making sure that did this decision before we into it.
Have you investigated? Have you looked at the cost analysis of maybe doing a marijuana farm?
No, I have not. Of course, I believe the last.
What about my primo? What about my primo?
No, we haven't discussed that. One of the issues is all of this laboratory requirements and stuff like that. It seems like it's still a big mess. It's been a big mess for the last 2 years. It's unfortunate for those that do really need it for medical reasons. But on the 2019 Farm Bill, though, they passed the they authorized the hemp bill, right? So hemp is now legal. You don't even need a Guam business license to start growing hemp. And so there's a lot of developments. Who knows? Maybe the federal government, declassifies it or makes it not a Schedule 1. Then if it's available through interstate commerce, what's going to happen to all those who invest here in Guam? If you can order it from Amazon because it's no longer regulated by a Schedule 1 designation, you're going to have every company that's in the United States being able to ship to Guam.
Yeah, there's a part of me that says, "Well, what a great thing," and then the other part of me says, "Well, if we buy it from Amazon, that's less taxes that the government of Guam is going to be able to get because we don't tax those transactions between here and many of the big shippers and big suppliers of product on the mainland." And then the other opportunity that we'd miss is the creation. If you can buy all kinds of groovy lines of marijuana, there's less of an inspiration to get some of the gardeners around here coming up with their versions of groovy lines and craft dope. We'll watch and we'll see how it plays. 7:51. I'll let you go and big kiss to the wife, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Very appreciate it.
All right, buddy. It's 7:51, 888-8255, and this from online listener Tammy. Have you guys discussed the fact that Rick Augustine, former Guam Regional Transit Executive Director, got a pay raise in executive session? I'm just wondering because I'm not able to listen all the time, but it sounds like that's the topic that's going on a lot. Yeah, is you get these boards and commission breaking into conversations about raises and bonuses for the employees that go on in executive session, and then we get wind of it and they'll say, well, we can't talk about it because it took place in executive session. So it was illegal. We're still not going to talk about it because it's personnel matters. Personnel matters. Bob Klitsky has already said there's no such thing as personnel matters, and in terms of being able to shield information from the public of any of the goings on in any of these meetings, and if we're handing out raises for Guam Regional Transit Authority, for what? For I can't think of another example of a way that the government of Guam has been incompetent and impotent in being able to put something together. It's just mass transit. This is literally not rocket science, and it's got to be the worst mass transit system on the planet. It is completely useless, and I can't think of a reasonable excuse for anybody to use that if they need to get to the work, if they need to get to school, if they need to get to the doctor's office. The last thing I'd recommend is somebody taking mass transit on Guam.
Yeah, I thought
there ought to be demotions.
I thought the mass transit on the Big Island of Hawaii was bad, but at least, I mean, you might wait an hour for the bus, but it will arrive. Here, you just don't get the bus.
7:53 in the morning, 888-8255. It's the other Governor Leon Guerrero, acting Governor Ken. Good morning, sir.
So many topics, but I'll get to the most important one.
Go ahead.
When I was walking in all the villages, but Agate and Santa Rita, they're like more loose dogs than people. And before I started walking, you noticed everybody carrying golf clubs, baseball bats, sticks, rebar. And when I started walking, I carried a squirt bottle from Home Depot in a little, I had my backpack, and it's just in the pocket of my backpack, and it was vinegar lemon water. Within months, all the dogs in Agate and Santa Rita had learned that you don't go after pedestrians because you shoot them in the face with vinegar lemon water, and after a couple times, they never come out of their yards. And now when you come down to Agate and Santa Rita and you see people walking around, nobody's carrying bats, golf clubs, or rebar anymore because all the dogs have learned.
So what's the formula? Vinegar and lemon water?
Yeah, you take a squirt bottle from Home Depot. It's $1.99.
Yeah.
Put half water, and then the remainder of it you put vinegar, and you get a jar of that lemon juice at Payless, and put like 2 or 3 caps in it, and you shoot a dog in the face with that, it's like their head blows up. You know, they run off, they run into fences, they run into parked cars, and they don't come after pedestrians anymore.
So you're taking credit for training all the loose dogs in Agate Santa Rita area using common household chemicals.
Yep, that's my platform.
So does anybody else want to be able to verify this, whether or not the claim that there are fewer dogs that will come out of the yard after you because they've been sprayed so many times by Ken? Or is there anybody else that's used the same tactic? See, I want to go home and try that on my dog.
I've recommended it to a lot of people, but my evidence is that, I'm sitting here on my front porch. I'm watching people walking, heading down towards Santa Rita, and none of them have a baseball bat, golf club, or rebar.
Maybe it works. Tom Tomasiak says use Tabasco and lemon water, and maybe that will work out. And then, of course, there's going to be, the do-gooders out there saying, well, that's just cruel. Don't do that to the dog. The dog's just protecting their property and owners and their masters, and you shouldn't not to use Tabasco and lemon water on these dogs.
Well, I've had a couple of owners come up to me and accuse me of stuff like that.
Right.
And I said, well, what would you rather do? Would you rather me hit them with a rebar? I could do that.
Yep.
And they said, maybe not.
Okay. Jesslyn Jalco.
They should be restrained or fenced anyway, but that's the first one. The second one, listening to your conversation with Mike on the CCU, I'll be there Tuesday. I've got a writ before the court right now, and I expect to win. And the reason I expect to win, I went through something very similar when I was running ABLE. An employee released all kinds of personnel information. I filed a lawsuit against them, and the court ruled that that was personal information, and it was, personnel information. It was not personal
information. Yeah.
And so they dismissed the lawsuit. And I've had clients in the mainland that went through similar things as well. So,
Right, more to the point here is that there is no such thing as there's personal information is clearly defined in the statute here. Personnel information with regard to the title of the individual, the evaluation, the proceedings of the evaluation, and the outcome of those evaluations, because it's taxpayer dollar, because it's ratepayer dollars. Actually, if there was anything that the government should try their best to make known, is that information. We've got a director. How's he doing? He did a good job. So we think maybe he's lined up for a raise or a promotion.
Well, it goes back to what Mike was referring to earlier. It's almost like the boards and directors. I don't know if you ever read the book Catch-22, but there's a scene in there where a guy's being accused, and they're going to put him on trial, but they can't tell him what he's accused of because it's confidential.
Right.
But he's going to be found guilty. And he asks, well, how can I defend myself if you won't tell me what I'm accused of? He says you can't.
That's Catch-22. By the way, and just as an aside, Hulu now has a version of Catch-22 that they're going to be sending to the streaming service. So that's something fun to look forward to. Yeah, I was there. I was right. James Howard says, I think that's illegal. Kenley and Guerrero, cruelty to animals. And Jess Limtialco, getting a little too personal, says, you don't look like you've been walking very far, buddy.
Hey, until I blew my knees out in a freak accident, I was doing 8 miles a day.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what.
If anybody wants proof of that, I can show them my Endomondo records.
All right, we got Tamietta and Bamba on the line, and she's the one that was asking questions about what's his name, Sidud, over at Mass Transit Authority. I'll see what I can find out about that, hon. Charlie Hermosa's online, Lady D is there, Joe Cruz, I got Carlos Barreto online, and a whole bunch of your other friends. Commissioner Roy Gamboa is there, Ed and Karen Untalan, Vicky Ganashas Borja, Donis Mendiola, and I already said Manami's name, but I'm going to say it again because I like saying her name. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Ken, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right.
Have an awesome morning. Yeah. A lot of topics that we can go through. You want another topic? The most popular baby names between American Samoa, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. They've been asking, and there's a report out. And it must be a good one because it comes from the Census Bureau. So what are the most popular baby names here? CNMI and American Samoa? I'll try to remember to tell you in the next hour of the program. Blake Watson and I are going to pretend to talk about sports with Michael Knight and more. Lots in there. We got the big Memorial Day half marathon coming up. And let's hear it for the Lady Royals and soccer champs, right? That's all ahead right here on KUSG. I got you. This is 93.3 The Point. Ray Gibson, Mike Side with you here on this fine radio station.
Neither side wants an actual war, but shots are still being fired in the ongoing war of words. I'm Jane Metzler, Fox News. The latest salvo from President Trump today, warning on Twitter that if Iran wants to fight, that will be the end of Iran, adding, never threaten the U.S. again.
The Iranian foreign minister said that Iran does not want to go to war. But of course, Iran is talking tough as well, saying that no country should have the illusion that it can confront it. It has also accused the U.S. government of what it calls political game playing.
Fox's Katie Logan. The Navy wrapping up 2 days of exercises in the Arabian Sea, sending an aircraft carrier strike force to the Persian Gulf, a response to those unspecified threats by Iran. The U.S. Central Command, meantime, says it is aware of an explosion today in Baghdad's International Green Zone. Happened outside the U.S. Embassy compound. No coalition casualties. Iraqi security forces investigating. State Department staffers already ordered out of Iraq because of the escalating tensions with Iran. Democratic presidential hopeful Pete Buttigieg, a former naval intelligence officer who served in Afghanistan, likely will be asked about Iran during a New Hampshire town hall tonight on Fox. Fox's Jared Halpern live from Claremont, New Hampshire with the latest.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg will take questions from Fox News and New Hampshire voters in a high school gym that President Trump visited during the 2016 primary. This part of western New Hampshire has historically preferred Democrats, but the president won here in 2016. Buttigieg has caught lightning in a bottle the last few weeks, surging ahead of senators and members of Congress in the Democratic field. Jane.
Thanks, Jared. This is Fox News.
Hey,
it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 2 for $25. Oh, and congratulate your sister for making the basketball team. She's thrilled. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Enjoy 2 full meal combos for $25. An appetizer, 2 mouth-watering entrees like our crispy chicken breast, smoked barbecue quarter leg, or smoked jalapeno cheddar sausage. Served with corn on the cob and French fries. 2 bold combos for $25. A full-on meal deal available nightly for a limited time. Together, we Chili's.
Let's go for a drive.
Let's take a stroll.
Let's gallivant.
Let's go cruising.
We all have different ways to describe how we get up and go in our cars. But whatever you may call it, you can do more of it when you save 6% off your fuel purchases at any Shell station when you use your eligible Bank of Guam Visa and MasterCard credit cards. So stop by any Guam or CNMI Shell station and start saving today. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Severe weather is still a concern for people in southern and central plain states. In Dallas,
residents are under a flood warning right now and are being warned not to drive or risk being swept away. All this after at least 11 confirmed tornadoes ripped across the southern plains from Friday through last night, injuring a few people and decimating homes and businesses. All the confirmed tornadoes happened in Oklahoma and Texas, but at least 40 preliminary reports were recorded across Kansas and Nebraska as well.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. Tens of thousands still without power, thousands of flights delayed or canceled, most of them out of Dallas-Fort Worth. President Trump responding on Twitter today to what a Michigan congressman tweeted yesterday. Representative Justin Amash, a member of the Conservative Freedom Caucus, the first Republican calling for the president's impeachment. Amash claims the Mueller report laid out clearly the case President Trump obstructed justice, but he says a few members of Congress have actually read the Mueller report. He also claims Attorney General William Barr misled the public about what is in that report.
On impeachment, he states that the president's actions meet the threshold for Congress to take action, even tweeting, while impeachment should be undertaken only in extraordinary circumstances, the risk we face in an environment of extreme partisanship is not that Congress will employ it as a remedy too often, but rather that Congress will employ it so rarely that it cannot deter misconduct.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. On Twitter, President Trump called Amash an attention-seeking loser. He also went after Fox a short time ago, writing, "Hard to believe Fox News is wasting airtime on Mayor Pete," as Chris Wallace likes to call Pete Buttigieg, claiming Fox is moving more and more to the losing wrong side in covering the Dems. I'm Jane Metzler, and this is Fox News.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Get a Coke 12-pack for only $3.49 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a dozen extra-large eggs for only 49 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a case of Circle K water for only $2.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Whether you're going grocery shopping, taking the kids to the mall, or going to work, you need a reliable car that can take you where you need to go. A reliable car also needs reliable insurance. Let Manbo Insurance make your auto insurance easy and uncomplicated. With Manbo, you can also save big when you bundle up and insure your car, home, motorcycle, or business. Enjoy great savings up to 50%. Visit Nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for more details.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. A junior ROTC instructor has been removed from the George Washington High School campus after a student filed a complaint of misconduct. The complaint sparked an administrative investigation into an alleged relationship between the instructor and at least one student. Spokeswoman Isa Baza said Guam DOE has notified police, and if the case merits it, a criminal complaint will be filed. Guam DOE declined to name the junior ROTC instructor and only described him as a school employee, citing confidentiality, which is required in a personnel matter. Various teachers and parents at the school say the school has known about the ROTC instructor's alleged relationship with at least two 18-year-old students for some time. And on Friday morning, DOE Superintendent John Fernandez reassigned George Washington High School's principal, Linda Hernandez Avila. Fernandez said the decision was necessary to ensure the efficiency and integrity of the investigation. A Department of the Army policy forbids improper relationships involving junior ROTC cadets or students participating in the program. 22-year-old Ronnie Vincent Crisostomo Jr. has been arrested in connection with last week's invasion of the home of a 68-year-old woman in Ordot. Police issued a wanted flyer for him on Friday, warning he was dangerous and possibly armed. Yesterday, officers from the Agana Precinct Command found him at a home in Jonia based on an anonymous tip called into the precinct, according to a release from Guam Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapao. Tapao says that Crisostomo was arrested for his involvement in the Ordot home invasion and 3 other burglary complaints in Tumon, Manilao, and Chalampago. Among the allegations he is now facing are home invasion, robbery, conspiracy, burglary, theft of property, criminal trespass, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Crisostomo has been booked and confined. His alleged accomplice in the home invasion last week, 24-year-old Francis Jerome Tysikun, was arrested on Thursday of last week. We'll have more news after this.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me, just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet with Hio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about the food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. The Federal Aviation Administration has confirmed that an investigation is underway into parts from a wing flap that came off an air cargo plane that took off from Andersen Air Force Base on Saturday, May 11th. In an email response to an inquiry from the Guam Daily Post, Ian McGregor, the public affairs manager for the Pacific Division of the FAA, said the parts came off a National Air Cargo Boeing 747 as it was departing from Andersen Air Force Base. McGregor said the aircraft flew on without incident and landed in Honolulu. Andersen Air Force officials declined to comment on the incident on Friday. Meanwhile, a second plane part was recovered Sunday morning. Yesterday by the U.S. Coast Guard. The 8-foot-long part was found in the water about 400 yards offshore at the beginning of the seawall in Pidi. That followed the recovery of an 11-foot wing flap that washed ashore Friday morning in Pidi. McGregor declined to definitively confirm whether those wing parts were linked to the National Air Cargo incident at Andersen Air Force Base. National Air Cargo is based out of Orlando, Florida, and it operates on-demand cargo and passenger charter services. More trouble for GACS. A Guam Department of Education internal audit has not been able to validate a $12,000 invoice submitted by the Guahan Academy Charter School. Internal auditor Franklin Cooper-Nurse said the invoice could not be validated due to an incomplete procurement record to support the expenditure. Guam DOE has the responsibility of verifying charter school invoices to ensure they are following procurement laws. The $12,000 invoice was part of a larger allotment request from Guahan Academy totaling $29,260. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
Partly cloudy, Kevin, with isolated showers today. Winds out of the south up to about 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs hot, 90 on the thermometer, but it'll feel a lot hotter. Maybe the heat index feel about 102 degrees today. Overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Any other time it's like 78 degrees sounds pretty good, except 78 hot, humid degrees. That's what we're in for tonight. 6:41 for sunset. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 5:54 or so. Let me see if I can refresh the weather radar here. I haven't had a chance to do that in the last couple of minutes. But we'll go ahead and watch it refresh, and Michael Knight will tell you what he thinks he's going to see.
There's not a whole lot much around us right here over the island. Do have a few showers that are passing by over to the east, some coming up. Very, very isolated showers. You probably wouldn't even notice those if they did rain on you. But if you look up to the northwest, we can see a pretty healthy little line of showers, maybe even an embedded thunderstorm or two in there. That is some frontal energy, shear line energy, if you will. If we go to the satellite, we can see there's a darn cold front just to the north of us, and nobody knows why.
How come?
I just told you, no one knows why.
What's going on? What could possibly be pushing that down, and why aren't we getting a colder feel from it?
Well, we don't. There's not enough cold air associated with it because it's just that time of year where the northerly latitudes are starting to heat up in the change of seasons. But the high pressure areas can be still very powerful that are generated up in Siberia, and if they get the right framework and the right flow, if you will, they can go ahead and power on down all the way to us. And since cold air is kind of relative, any kind of slightly cooler air would actually have a big impact like this particular frontal system is having once it gets down here in the deep parts of the tropics. Also keep in mind this southerly flow we're getting right now is part of also the season trying to bring up some of that southerly moisture, which is just typical for this time of year. It's trying to return the moisture back up to the northerly latitudes. It's all part of Mother Nature trying to find that perfect balance.
I gotcha.
That's just what we're looking at, but they say some of that moisture from the frontal systems may get down in here by tomorrow or Wednesday, so we'll have to see. Rain chances may go up a bit then, but today just going to be hot, so be ready for it.
I gotcha. Now, you said something about Siberia, and that got me distracted as things will, because a friend of mine, who I believe is from Siberia, is celebrating her birthday today.
Oh,
her
very
name
nice. Is,
Angela Kalsnova. I hope I said that right. It's a Russian name, so I couldn't. Thank you very much. Anyway, so she's celebrating her birthday today. So that's her and Mike Limtiaco on my Facebook list of people that have got birthdays today. It's 8:14. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data2Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data2Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
888-825-5888-TALK, portions of the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. There's never been a better time to go solar because the guys over at Micronesian Renewable Energy now have battery systems that go with your solar system. 632-2613 is the phone number, and they'll be happy to line up a special consultation for you. Also brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
But wait, there's more. I want to say thanks very much for the support that we get from guys like Security Title, Ron and Kim's Place. So you've got complex real estate transactions. They can walk you through them. Take Care Insurance also sponsors the program. And my friends Jan and Joe and Dunch over at Cars Plus, always looking for something to celebrate. Last week it was the Jeep celebration. Get yourself behind the wheel of a brand new Jeep Wrangler, and then you could get up to $6,000 in accessories with that purchase. Get to Cars Plus today before they're gone.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yes. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful day. It's always a beautiful day. Listen, over the weekend, the third weekend of my birthday month celebration, just so much going on. Got the graduation on Friday night, and then I got to hang out at another graduation party on Saturday, and that led to goofing off with some friends down at Tagacheng in Jotnia, where we watched the moon rising over the bonfire. And I cannot think of anything better. We got the multiple B's. We got the babes at the beach with the bonfire with the full moon. And Guam is good, I tell you what. And then, of course, yesterday got grill marks, and that was absolutely perfect. But even greater is the news that there is, and my friend Ismail is shopping in the States, and he sees it. It's a novelty. It's a Kit Kat flavor. You know, they get the, what do they call them? It's an ice cream thing. And you got vanilla ice cream and then the chocolate on the outside. The drumsticks, that's what they call them. You can buy them here, drumsticks, and they're so cool. But we get the drumsticks. But this is it's Kit Kat. It's made with Kit Kat. So you got it's Kit Kat chocolate in it on the outside.
Wafer. I think it's a wafer.
It's got wafer, and it's a whole Kit Kat thing anyway. So look up Ismail. Find me. I shared it on my Facebook feed. So if you're kind of curious as to what that looks like, for the who knows, one of these days it might make it to a Guam grocery store. That's it. Kit Kat ice cream cones.
We'll see. I have seen other things. Like, I think I've seen that version, but like a Snickers version of that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's all good.
Kit Kat may be new.
When they were making those dots or something like that, the little ice cream things.
Of the future?
Yeah.
Dippin' Dots.
Dippin' Dots, right. That was until we took a look at it and noticed that the kids were actually gaining weight as they ate it.
Right.
I remember watching a kid at the Micronesia Mall. That's true. I remember watching a kid at the Micronesia Mall eating it like he's French fries. Just little ice cream dots in his face.
It was like dried ice or something. I think,
it's
right?
weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's completely weird.
Dippin'
But I
Dots.
guarantee that if your kids got
that's
diabetes,
how they make
that's
it.
why.
Yeah, they use dry ice to make it through the refrigeration process. And that's how they turn it into the little balls.
Anyway, crazy. 8:19 in the morning. There's a familiar voice, Blake Watson's here. So that must mean it's time for Sports with Blake. So 2 5Ks over the weekend. I didn't make either of them. It's not my fault.
But you were talking about it.
I was talking about it like I was going to be there. Yeah, and then Friday night I went fast hiking with some friends and jacked my ankle.
Oh,
I didn't jack my ankle. They jacked my ankle because they were roughhousing.
Yeah,
there was roughhousing going on. And they roughhoused a little bit too close to me, so I got this big thing on my ankle and it hurts.
You ready for?
Well, there's a half marathon this weekend, so I'm trying to figure out how I'll be able to do that.
That's what I was going to say. Are you still going to be ready for your half marathon?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Are you ready for Game of Thrones? That's coming up. Here,
so
another hour or two.
I've asked on Facebook Live. I've asked for people to tell me what they think is going to happen, and the general consensus seems to be that it will. Arya is going to have something to do with it. She's going to play another pivotal role in determining who is going to be sitting on the Iron Throne.
I don't think so. I think people want it too much.
She had her moment already.
Yeah. She may. And even then, I'll go even farther. I say it's 50-50. She doesn't even change her face, even though everyone's like, oh, we haven't seen it yet. She's going to do it. Maybe not. Probably not.
A girl has no name.
Probably not. She's probably just going to fade away, especially when she finds out the fate of her buddy, the Hound, And I think maybe John,
how fitting was it, though, for him to die in a fire?
That was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
I mean, I felt that one when it was happening.
It was good. That was a good death. I got no issues with that one. I like that they took each other out. But I wonder, does John just say, to heck with all of this, like Willie did in the 70s, I'm moving to Austin.
Right, and just head back to the north.
Yeah, just head back to the north, honor his dead wife, Egret, who is actually his real life wife in real life.
Hot.
So that's okay.
Very much alive, it should be pointed out.
Right. She's very much alive in real life. But yeah, join Ghost and Giants Bane Tormund and, just say to heck with all this. I'm a wildling in my heart.
Could go back for the dog, right?
That's interesting. Yeah.
Could go back in that direction. We still don't know what the ultimate purpose is. At least I don't know what the ultimate purpose is for the three-eyed raven.
Yeah. Is he going to do something?
Is there going? Because they took off. They took off before the walkers came, and did they come back?
No.
So are they gonna come back?
Are they bringing help? Are they bringing other dragons? And where, by the way, now that everything's done, where's this dragon going to live? And who's going to rebuild King's Landing?
The dragon will live anywhere it wants.
Who's going to rebuild the wall?
They're bringing GBB is going to come.
They don't need to rebuild the wall.
I guess
all the
because
White Walkers are dead.
Yeah, those guys are gone, so we don't have that threat anymore.
King's Landing, the Red Keep, all that's just in rubble. So I guess we just rebuild.
Well, like I said, they'll appoint the lady of it, Francis Tidenko Gatewood's going to appoint a receiver. Gershman, and Brickner, and Bratton are going to be brought in to rebuild King's Landing and re-erect the Red Keep.
Does our buddy Braun, who was going to
take out a big loan for it?
That's true. Does our buddy Braun, the one with the crossbow, does he get Highgarden now? Remember, Jaime and Tyrion promised him Highgarden if he didn't kill him, and they said, "Well, you have to live first." Well,
he's the odds-on favorite to finish atop the throne.
Braun or Tyrion?
But that's that's the thing about these producers. It's one of the things that they sucker us in all the time. Is they're going to bring somebody that we last saw in episode, in the 7th season or something like that, and they're going to bring them in, and somebody's going to do some cloak and dagger stuff, and that's how we're going to find out who's sitting on the throne. Now here we are, wasting. We could be talking valuable talk time for sports. We're supposed to be talking about the Royals and what is it, the 4P?
Yeah, they won.
Yeah,
but so Game of Thrones. Yeah, they won. They won again, 4 years in a row. Congratulations. I mean, they have the league's MVP 2 years in a row. She scored all the goals. The Royals win. We get it. But yeah, so Game of Thrones. No, I'm just kidding. Did you want to do that? We can do that. They beat again the mighty Academy Cougars. It was actually a close game, 3-2, as Academy did fight, but didn't fight hard enough in the end, much like, the Golden Army in King's Landing, and they lose. Lady Royal, that is, Brie LG, league MVP 2 years in a row, scored 2 of the team's goals, and one came off the foot of sophomore Lauren Phillips. Mia San Nicolas scored both goals for the Academy Cougars, but it wasn't enough, and Notre Dame, with their 4th championship in a row, and they've also got a promising future because, like I said, they had a sophomore and underclassman chip in Lauren Phillips. So
we had to get to it. Sean Gumatauta is actually writing in, congrats Notre Dame, like we weren't going to mention it, right? So he's writing, congrats Notre Dame High School on the 3-2 win over Academy Cougars in 2019 AAD High School Girls Soccer Championship. They're 9th in 15 years. Good job, Royals. Thanks, Johnny. You knew we were going to get.
What's his rooting interest there?
He got kin in the school.
Oh, okay.
James Howard says it's going to be the Bucks and the Warriors in the NBA Finals, and he says it's the Bucks for the title, for the win.
What?
Agree, disagree? Okay, that sounds like disagreement.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a really good Final Four.
That's a bold. That's a bold prediction. I'm not saying that the prediction's crazy. I'm just saying, wow, there's somebody else out there who wants to see the world burn like me, like the chaos of having the lesser team.
Yeah, somebody
beat the mighty giant.
I don't know that, but coming into this, I think Milwaukee's the better team. Because they had the better record. They're doing.
John Delzell says, GOT spoiler alert. Don't write it on my Facebook. I don't want to know. Well, because there's Reddit apparently. The Reddit apparently had a feed.
All right, look, I get spoiling it the day after it, but don't spoil it before the episode even airs. That's not cool.
It's just mean. Don't put anything there,
John.
We'll banish you.
Now, if you wanted to spoil 10 minutes after the episode's over, by all means, go ahead, because people should watch it.
I'm with you on that one.
But don't spoil it now. We haven't.
But the problem is, when is 10 minutes after people watch it? Because I watch it online.
10 minutes after it is.
I go to Hulu and watch it on the HBO feed.
I think it's fair game. 10 minutes after. Well, okay, let's see. That's an hour after it's released on HBO Now. Because that means everybody who just subscribed to HBO Now, like myself, which there are a lot of people, they can't get it until the live version ends. As soon as the live version ends on HBO Go, then you can then they'll release it on HBO Now. So maybe an hour after the live version ends, or however long the episode is.
Where's sports going to be taking us? I mean, we're at the end of the IIAG. I don't think we have any more championships coming up. Most of the seniors have graduated or graduating tonight. They're all cap and gown and thinking about grad parties and things like that.
Yep.
So where is what's the next big deal for sports?
It's actually about to be the dog days. Well, everywhere, because I mean, really, even on the national scene, it's really just going to be baseball for the summer. I guess we'll start looking towards. I believe we have Pacific Games coming up down in Samoa. You sound familiar to you? Either way, we are going to have some...
I'm a weekend athlete, man. I'm not for real.
48 days, 7 hours, 33 minutes to the Pacific Games held in Samoa. So that'll be that'll take us through probably the late summer. Earlier in the summer is usually when we have camps. We'll probably have some GFA summer leagues, and we'll have a little bit of recreational sports. But yeah, no sanctioned IIAG sports as the schools are going to take off. And I also wanted to mention this because a friend of mine is the coach. The Guam High Panthers fell in the consolation game for the IIAG high school girls wrap-up soccer season as the St. John Knights defeated Guam High 4-2 in the season finale for those two teams. So you had Notre Dame coming in first, of course, as we reported a second ago, Academy second place, and St. John rounding out the top three as the league ends for the 2019 season in third place. That's what I got.
Spider story number 1. You ready for it?
Yes.
Spider story Monday.
What is it a big spider? See, spiders don't bother me. It's snakes and reptiles that I can't really stand.
In Batavia, New York, Friday afternoon, a man flipped his vehicle while he was driving it.
New York?
In New York. He found a spider, jumped on his leg, and startled him, and he flipped the car.
What kind of spider do they know?
Any kind of spider. Any kind of, I'm not bad with spiders. Okay when I'm around them, we go fast hiking and stuff, and eventually you're gonna have to plunge through, a couple of spider webs, and sometimes the spider's in there, and you just, kind of brush it away. That's the way you deal with it. And my dad taught me years ago. He says, it's not the bigger the spider, generally the less you need to be afraid of it. It's the small ones that have got, that are like super venomous and will give you welts and things like that.
That's also what they say about snakes. They say that the younger snakes are the ones that, like, especially the venomous snakes, that they're the ones that can actually kill you over the bigger snakes because they don't really have control over how much venom they secrete into you when they bite you. So they just give you all of it instead of just a little bit to, as an older snake would know, to save some for reserve for a meal later or something.
Scary spider story number 2. A doctor in China discovered why his patient was experiencing severe ear pain.
No.
A spider was building a nest inside the guy's ear.
You can hear that, right? You ever had a bug in your ear? Anybody? No, just me. There was one of the most horrific injuries I've ever seen on my 4-month, or actually less than that, 3-month crash course of Survivor. I've watched like 15 seasons of Survivor since February. So there was one episode, or there was one season where there were 3 different tribes. I forget the season, one of the newer ones. And this lady on one of the tribes, the most horrific Survivor injury I've seen, a little bug, worm, crawled into her ear and spent the night there. And she didn't give up on the game. Medical didn't extract her or anything, but she was pretty much writhing in pain all night. And then by the morning, they, a couple of her tribe mates helped her, and they kind of, they looked and they never saw the bug, but eventually he crawled out. So no harm, no foul. But after 12 hours of him just hanging out, munching on earwax or something in there,
is there any truth to this?
And there's nothing you can do.
I've seen on Facebook, people post different kinds of memes, and sometimes they're for real, and sometimes they're not. But somebody had posted, it reminded me about a posting where spiders crawl into our mouths while we sleep.
I hear that the average person eats or swallows 8 spiders in their lifetime while they're sleeping. I've always heard
for
that.
Exactly that.
Yeah, I don't know, because that's the thing. Like
It's funny, you'll consume about the same amount of cockroaches, too, but usually they're ground up inside of breakfast cereals.
Really?
Hot dogs.
Well, the thing about the spiders, I don't see a lot of spiders in my house. So,
you must be eating them.
But that's what I'm saying. So are they coming just straight to the bedroom because when they know I'm sleeping, because spiders are that smart, and straight into my mouth? Or otherwise, is that not true?
All right, James Howard wants me to ask you about your theory on the airplane parts. You've no doubt seen the story. Second airplane part has been found.
Not only that, James Howard must know that I am a sucker for aviation mysteries and aviation disasters. I think it's MH370.
Kevin says no.
No. Is it a private plane?
No.
They already know where it's from. They already know what plane it's from. But it's the craziest story ever.
They haven't officially confirmed it, but it was a national air cargo flight that took off Saturday, May 11th from Anderson Air Force Base, and it dropped some of its leading-edge parts.
But didn't turn around, didn't circle back to land on Guam. They just kept going to Hawaii.
Did it notice?
And they landed without event in Honolulu.
But now, so the idea behind that is
So now it appears that some of these leading edge flaps from that flight are washing up in Petey. Although FAA has not officially confirmed it, they got an official investigation.
Notice he said appears.
Yeah, well, because
It
I think
appears.
it's cocaine. There's part of it, that cocaine washing up on the shores.
It's
things.
washing
But-
up in Philippines again.
Is it the cocaine?
I saw that on Vice Asia over the weekend that bales of cocaine are washing up in the Philippines.
Let's just legalize that. Nobody's ever been hurt. Oh, wait, talking about cocaine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Did you see the
reputations.
documentary Scarface? A lot of people got hurt.
So maybe it's one of those things where, you know, how the levels of redundancy on airplanes, right? So if you lost one or two of these things, you still got, I don't know, half a dozen others that you can still flap down for the landing, right? So you can make that slow
Actually,
approach.
those particular flaps are only used on takeoff. So if he lost those,
No, they're used on takeoff and landing.
Oh, okay.
Because you need to make your wing bigger.
Well,
so
and
that
that
you
was
can go
my
at a slower speed.
That was my reaction. I was thinking that's really a lot of wing surface to be missing when you've got a 10-foot and another 8-foot section.
Yeah, but your what's the wing spread on a? What'd you say?
It's
what,
747, yeah.
Yes, I mean the spread between here and there is a football field.
And because of that, and because it's a cargo plane, it's very likely they may not have noticed it when it happened. It's a very heavy plane. It's flying heavy. A little vibration like that may not have been
Actually,
noticed.
they called it in. They called Anderson. They said, we're going to Honolulu. That's the word from the FAA.
If you find it, pick it up. We'll grab it when we come back. 8:33 in the morning. Yeah, but like I said, it's aircraft, and you know at a certain level, there's redundancies that are built into these things. So, like I said, you lose 20 foot worth of this front thing, you still got 100 foot, and you can land a plane.
Evidently,
apparently so, right? We didn't hear about any.
Unless it's MH370, they never found that one.
Because that's what happens when you lose the whole plane.
Lose the first thing I thought.
How do you lose a whole plane?
First thing I thought, it crashes into the ocean and down there with the other 30,000 things that have sunk in the ocean.
They'll never find it because it's in Africa.
The Star of the Sea from Titanic. 8:33, 8:34 in the morning. I think that's all the time we got to pretend to talk about sports, and we've driven away all of our listeners.
Game of Thrones ends tonight. It's over, finally.
It'll never be over. They're going to spin off, and they're going to do all of that stuff. For those of you that are going to need something to start watching as soon as Game of Thrones is done and you're over your favorite characters dying, Chernobyl, I recommend it's on HBO. Watch Chernobyl. The first two shows are out, and it will frustrate you because you have to wait till tomorrow to watch the third, and this will go for a while. But they haven't loaded, HBO has not loaded all of the episodes.
It is a great show, very dark, and it'll also frustrate you that everybody's Russian, but they speak with British accents.
It is kind of cool that way. It is kind of cool. All right, that's Blake Watson. He's going to go finish the morning show over on Star 101.
I am.
We'll get another look at headlines with Kevin Kerrigan after these.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United Credit Card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender, additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
And the thing about Chernobyl is it's a true story. Some of those people actually existed, although there's one character in the show. For those of you that maybe haven't or are watching, maybe you don't know, there's one character in there who is a combination of a bunch of doctors and specialists and engineers and physicists. It's not it'd be 1,000 people if they tried to do it without combining it. So it's the woman physicist. She is representative of several people that were part of that process. It's 8:35 and time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, the Guam Board of Medical Examiners has decided that Dr. Shishin Miyagi committed no violation of the Physicians Practice Act during the physical examination he conducted on 5-year-old Asher Lubowski. Asher's father, David Lubowski, filed a complaint with the board alleging that Dr. Miyagi failed to diagnose his son correctly. Miyagi examined Lubowski's son at the SDA clinic a few days before the child died at Guam Memorial Hospital. Lubowski contends that he informed Miyagi of his son's symptoms, but he was told nothing was wrong. During an April board meeting, The chairman, Dr. Nate Berg, said the official records look like a regular wellness child visit, and he said he could not see anything that looked out of the ordinary. Other board members present during the meeting agreed with the chairman's observations, and on May 16th, the Medical Examiners Board sent a letter to Miyagi absolving him of any violation at this time. 27-year-old Joshua Dean Laurel Charfarus has been arrested on allegations of pointing a gun and threatening another man known to him. According to the magistrate complaint, Charfarus got into an argument with the victim over his rent. During the argument, he's alleged to have taken out a black semi-automatic pistol from his waistband and pointing at the victim's face and saying, "Don't test me, I told you already, I'll get you my stuff and pay my rent." Charfarus is being charged with terrorizing, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and possession of a firearm without an ID. All three charges are third-degree felonies and include a notice of felony committed while on felony release. At the urging of Guam Delegate Michael San Nicolas, a second Trump administration cabinet official has agreed to continue discussions on Guam's earned income tax credit. During a House Natural Resources Committee budget hearing in Washington last week, Department of the Interior Secretary David Bernhardt said he is more than willing to help figure out whether the EITC paid by GovGuam to migrants from the freely associated states should be a factor in Guam's compact impact reimbursements. In response to a request for assistance from Congressman San Nicolas, Bernhardt said it seems like an anomaly that maybe just has not been thought of. In April, during a Financial Services Committee hearing, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin acknowledged Guam's very technical tax issues, and Mnuchin advised San Nicolas to follow up with the Treasury Department regarding the issue of the EITC. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Yeah, I played that video late Friday. I think I'm going to play it a little bit earlier today. And then I'm going to get that video back on. I mean, it's Mike asks a very long question, and I'm not crazy about the kind of aloof way this Bernhardt responded to him, but I think Mike was able to make a connection there between us getting stuck with somebody, what feels like somebody else's EITC deals. It's 8:39, and we'll call that iConnect time. Swing by an iConnect, and they'll tell you about great deals they've got on internet and mobile plans. They're going to be just perfect for you. No need to spend an arm and a leg. Call iConnect at 888-8888.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
It's a word that we've all had to deal with. It carries with it pain and uncertainty, embarrassment, and often depression. I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, we'll talk about rejection and what to do about it.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
That's my favorite sound, 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning, and traffic gizmo time. A little bit busier in the last hour because it was drive time. We're still kind of in drive time, but mostly what I call second string drive time. It was busy over at 8, 10, and 16. It's lightened up a little bit over by the intersection that gets you into Teton. Actually busier there than it is at the 8, 10, and 16 intersection. Wow, 10 and 15 looking just ugly all four directions at that intersection right now. You'll see a little bit of a buildup at the intersections closer to University of Guam, and then the ones over by Payless. Actually, they need one over by Payless. Don't you agree? Don't you think that there ought to be an intersection? I'm not going to ask for it because I hate intersections, but there's just always looks like an opportunity for an accident in that area. Up by let me see, where's that? Harvest looks like it's a little bit busy for people that are still in Carline. That's odd considering it's after 8 o'clock. And then traffic moving into the downtown to get in your area. Shouldn't see any problems messing around there. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Let's see now. Fast, easy, affordable. That's the best way to describe my home loan at Bank Pacific. Fast because we give quick decisions. Easy because we've cut back on the paperwork. Affordable because today's home loan rates are still so low. So see us today to refinance or consolidate or to buy or build your new home and save yourself some money.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
When is this going to be? Thursday, May 23, 9 to 5, the oversight hearing of the utilities with Clint Ridgell. More on that in a couple of minutes. He's actually got doctor in front of his name. So with all kinds of respect and deference, I bring you Dr. Tom Poole. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, Ray.
Yeah, not bad for a Monday.
I'm very poorly qualified to talk about what I wanted to talk about. But I'm not a pilot, but I've studied aviation all my life. It's a fascination I have. And what I'm thinking is that this 747 probably flying on to Hawaii was the safest, smartest thing they could do. Because as I think it was Brother Knight pointed out, you need those leading edge slats for both takeoff and landing to increase lift. And flying on to Hawaii, they'll probably burn off another 100,000 pounds of fuel.
Right.
It would need a lot less lift on landing than if they'd turn around and tried to do it right back here on Guam, don't you think?
Not qualified one way or the other. As I said, in my mind, it might be the pilot might have looked at it and said, they'd take out the whole wing. I could still keep this thing in the air. So, losing a few parts aren't in the grand scheme of things going to make that much of a difference. Plus, when you think about, what about the rescue capabilities in Hawaii versus Guam? That might have been a factor as well. As if we got to get in trouble, if we got to ditch, I'd rather ditch in Hawaii than Guam.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, all that makes sense, too. I'm just thinking that they would be a lot lighter there than here, and it would probably be an easier thing to do if you've lost those leading-edge slats.
You know what? You know who I want to talk to? I want to talk to my buddy Pierre from over at United. I want to talk to somebody that actually will fly a 747 or 777 every once in a while and see, if we're all right or if we're righter, you're righter than me, or I'm righter than you in our suppositions of what's going on. But it's just odd, though, that here's the other thing is they apparently float.
Well, I thought that was odd. I thought that was odd, too.
You would think this big chunk of aluminum coming off the front end of a 747 wing, you'd think it would sink right to the bottom.
Yeah, I would think so, too, right?
That's just...
I don't know. We'll have to see if that's true or not.
You know what? I was Microsoft X certified. I'd never actually been behind the wheel of a real airplane, but I've done the simulations in my life before. It's one of my favorite things in the world for a while. Was I forget what it was called, but I think it was Microsoft X because they actually had Guam in it. You could fly, you could take off in any kind of plane and fly around Guam.
I did the same thing.
So, but I remember seeing one of these guys that had like the super, and I wasn't prepared to do this, but they had the super configuration. So, super fast computer, awesome graphics, and then it was multiple screens. So you had something that felt like you were looking out a window of the cockpits, right? The cockpit windows, multiple screens on this thing, and yokes and pedals. So,
yep.
the guy...
No, I didn't have that. I was just joysticking. But if you had all that, that's a pretty good setup.
Wouldn't that be? That would be the whole reason why you get into school and become a doctor, so you could afford stuff like that.
Exactly. This is what veterinarians do.
Right? What did you do? Yeah, I see. Okay, so now we the conversation that me and Ken LG were having a little bit ago, you heard it, right? So I was talking about dogs, and there's a video, and I'll send it to you, but it'll just make you squirm. Guy finds himself in a yard and is attacked by what looked like 4 or 5 white pit bulls that just were relentless and chewing on this guy and biting him. And then Ken called in and was talking about ways to prevent that, and among them is you squirt the dogs with vinegar and lemon in the face, and eventually they'll stop running after people.
Yes, it might be effective. And as to the question of cruelty, that's a little bit more difficult. And I think it would absolutely depend on the concentration of the ingredients. There's different concentrations of vinegar, which is acetic acid, and so I think the regular white distilled vinegar, I think, is like 2%, but I've also seen 5%. But I heard Ken say he was cutting it half with water.
Yeah.
And I suspect it's effective. As to whether it could do any damage or not, I wouldn't be sure, but perhaps not. I think that if you just stuck with the lemon juice and maybe skipped the vinegar, it might be safer and might be just as effective. I'm not sure, but I thought it was interesting.
Can we test it?
Well, on your dog.
My dog doesn't like me. I gotta find a dog whisperer. I'm not sure why, but the dog is very skittish, and even when I'm feeding the dog, she'll get down almost on all fours and crawl to me, and I'm giving her Vienna sausage here. I'm giving her chunks of Spam. And I explained that to one of my friends, and they said, "Oh, you're buying the dog's love with meat."
What's wrong with that?
What's that?
I said, what's wrong with that?
Exactly, right? If it helps the dog play with me, I'll literally tie a stake around my neck if it gets the dog over to me. And I'm worried because it's been, several weeks of this. And the dog's demeanor hasn't really changed. I'm not sure what to do about it.
Well, it's funny because in my experience, people often assume that means the dog was beaten earlier, and I know from experience that's not the case always. That often it is just simply that dog's nature, that dog's temperament, and often it comes from not being adequately exposed to humans, early in their development.
Yeah.
They really need to stay with their mom for at least 8 weeks, but they also need to be around humans to be able to make that transition. And some dogs miss that.
Yeah.
And so they're always a little shy around humans.
Well, I don't want to describe it, but I'm sure the dog came from a happy and loving home. Ismail's dog, and he's a terrific guy, great father, and I want to say is a great animal lover. So I'm sure that nothing like that happened to this dog. Exactly. And you're right, maybe it's just the demeanor. There's a story Jolene Tovis did the other night. Not enough animal control officers to round up stray dogs, and the perennial question, Dr. Tom Poole, what are we going to do?
Well, and that is absolutely a problem. We had 3 animal control officers die in 2017, and we haven't replaced any of them yet. So that was half our force, and that's one problem. But another problem is that very often, game is full, and we can't take any animals there, and they'll tell us in the morning, no dogs today. And so that's a big problem, and I absolutely cheer GAIN in their efforts to find homes for these adoptable animals.
Yeah.
And we just need a lot more. We just need a lot more cage space out at GAIN than we have. So we would love to have people volunteer. The way organizations like our Rotary Club will sponsor a bus stop. We'd love for somebody to just sponsor one more dog run at GAIN. If we could get more organizations to do that sort of thing, it could really help us.
Well, that put the idea in people's heads. Talk about it on the radio. We'll see what happens. 10 away from the top of the hour. Always fun talking with you, Doc. I'll hear you on with Bob Klitsky later on.
Yes, sir. Bye now.
Oh, yes, sir. Don't call me sir. You're smarter than me. You got a doctor in your name, and you know about airplanes, too. 8:49 in the morning, James Howard says, did anybody check a source in Hawaii that would have been a big story? Plane loses parts from Guam, lands in Hawaii, considering the 737 Boeing planes that are all grounded. The hype would be all over the mainstream. Can I tell you what? Yeah, thumbs up. Why are you giving me thumbs up?
Well, I was just going to say it would only be a big story if it crashed.
Right. So I don't know about that. Big aviation story, maybe something that the pilots would be talking about around the water cooler. The aviation story that I want to talk about, and I haven't had a chance yet. You'll recall when the press release went out that the United was shooting to try to get some space at Haneda. And my understanding is they have gotten some space at Haneda for some of the longer haul flights, but they were looking at it. I guess the FAA was looking at their request for Guam, and they said, well, it's a short haul. It's 3 hours. It's not that big of a deal to ask people to go 90 minutes out of their way, or even less if you're taking the fast train from Tokyo to Narita. I mean, that's the idea. Is Narita's good for the short hauls back and forth between here and destinations that are within about 1,500 miles away. So they said no on the Haneda. They said, that's a valuable spot, and it might make more sense for people that are flying in with much longer distances and much longer flight time. So unfortunately, my friends, it doesn't look like you and I are going to be able to enjoy what I would consider to be the ultimate travel convenience of being able to fly directly into Tokyo. As we were able to do right up until they opened up Narita City. in what was that, 75, 76? You know, so incidentally, the first time I recall seeing counterterrorism agents in my life. I mean, I didn't know what terrorism was. And I remember flying around with my grandmother, and we flew into Haneda. Much my recollection, but flew out of Narita. And I remember getting on the bus that took us there, and a couple of stops before we got to the terminal, where armed men came into the bus and was looking at everybody's passport and travel documentation. And what's going on? And apparently, you know, the place was targeted by terrorists. Imagine, Japanese terrorists. There is such a thing. Anyway, 8:52 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. I played this last week, but I kind of wanted to play it again. Play it again. You played it for her, play it for me. And it is the get-together between Mike St. Nicholas and Secretary of the Interior, what's his name, Bernhardt? Anyway, so a little bit of a conversation that took place last week, and trying to tie up a couple of things. Number one, the lousy reimbursement rate on compact migrants to Guam and other communities that are affected, and the almost double slap on Guam because we have to pay EITC for these compact migrants. And again, we don't fund EITC the way all the other states and territories do. That's something that we got to deal with on our own. So anybody that files taxes, and everybody is, and the claims for earned income tax credits are going up. Anyway, so Mike had a chance to sit down and talk with the guy, and we'll play some of that for you right now, if that's okay. Let me see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you also for making time to visit me in my office and have a dialogue about some of the concerns we're facing on Guam. I thought it was very constructive, and I think that we shared some good ideas. And I wanted to speak specifically about a budgetary concern that I think is something that relates to the conversation that we had when you met with me in my office. And this is with respect to the Compacts of Free Association, and most specifically the Compact Impact funding that's provided as a result of the Compacts of Free Association. Recently, the Department of Interior published the recent counts of compact migrants, and I'm going to reference those numbers with respect to Guam's count and with respect to Hawaii's counts. And I'm going to reference the amounts that were provided relative to those counts, and have a discussion about how those figures correlate, but more specifically how there are certain elements that I think are not being properly accounted for. On Guam, the most recent count of compact migrants was about 18,874 based on the report. The funding levels that were provided as a result of the compact impact was $16,835,958 for an average per migrant amount of $892 per migrant. For Hawaii, the compact migrant count was 16,680. The dollar figure provided was $14,880,034, and that was also for an average migrant amount of $892. And so Guam and Hawaii are both receiving the same amount of compact impact in order to assist the local governments in handling the costs associated with hosting compact migrants as a result of the Treaty of the Compact of Free Association. However, there is one very distinct difference between Hawaii and Guam with respect to compact migrant costs, and that is the earned income tax credit. The earned income tax credit in Hawaii is actually funded by the U.S. Treasury, and so any compact migrant who qualifies for the earned income tax credit in their income tax filing, that's actually money that comes into Hawaii from the U.S. Treasury. On Guam, Guam has been absorbing the earned income tax credit liability since 2008. And so any migrant worker, as a result of the treaty, that's receiving the earned income tax credit is actually drawing those funds down from the Guam coffers. And so the $892 is provided per migrant for Guam and for Hawaii, I'm assuming is formulaically based as determined by the department. But if that formula is also factoring in the economic contribution of the migrant worker, then the earned income tax credit liability of those migrant workers also needs to be factored in. And I don't think that that's something that this government has really paid attention to. When I brought this issue to the attention of your colleague, Mr. Mnuchin, during some questions I was asking him in my role in the Financial Services Committee. He was also taken by surprise with respect to that. And so the question that I had for you, Mr. Secretary, is are you aware of whether or not the earned income tax credit liabilities are being factored into the formula for the determination of compact impact?
So you raised this issue with me last week or the week before, and I don't have a good answer for you, but I am more than willing to either figure out if it should appropriately be factored in or if we need to work with Treasury on it. So I don't want to get into a question about the allocation of funds between two representatives, but it seems like an anomaly that maybe it's just not been thought of. Right. But we'll look into it. We'll look into it and get to the bottom of that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yeah, formula notwithstanding, I think that my colleague from Hawaii will also agree with me that those formulas need to be reconsidered. Even just the cost of educating an individual, at least in my district, is $6,500 per pupil, and the $892 per migrant is just very grossly insufficient. As a matter of fact, based on a per capita basis, 18,874 migrants represents over 10% of the population of Guam, and yet the compact impact that's provided is less than 2%. And so there's a gross disparity with respect to that, and I think those formulas need to be revisited. But formulas notwithstanding, I'd like to specifically request for your assistance in setting up meetings with Secretary Mnuchin so that we can get to the bottom of this EITC question, because it's a serious liability for the people of Guam and we really need to resolve it.
I will promise that we'll work with you and work with Treasury. I can't promise that we'll get the Secretary of Treasury, but we'll get somebody.
All right.
That's a commitment I'll make.
Good enough.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
All right. And so that's the story is told by The Hill. Came out on Friday. A little bit more analysis into how that played and maybe what we might be able to get. There's a couple of people on Facebook. James says Mike Nicholas is total Jedi man. Awesome. You will get Guam EITC and SSI. And wouldn't that be some kind of cool miracle if he was able to pull something like that off? Well, we've been asking for that kind of thing, clamoring for some attention on that for years and years and years, since at least 2008, and it could seriously make a difference in the way the government is operating because it puts a whole lot of cash in there. 888-8255. The names Olivia and Lucas seem to be the most popular baby names in American Samoa, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands, according to the list from the Social Security Administration. The top 5 boys' names for 2018: Lucas, William, Aiden, Daniel, and Kevin. Girls' names: Olivia, Sophia, Isabella, Mia, and Angela. I'll share that again on the other side of Fox News Live. That's coming up next, and they will breathlessly talk about Game of Thrones in the last episode of the entire show. That's all ahead right here in KUSG, Agana.
Is sudden surge in the polls not escaping the president's attention? I'm Jane Metzler, Fox News. Just getting underway on the Fox News channel, another live town hall with a Democrat running for president. At 37 South Bend, Indiana, Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
At 37, the youngest.
He's the youngest candidate in the race. You just heard Chris Wallace there saying much the same thing. A Rhodes Scholar. He speaks 7 languages. Buttigieg, also a former naval intelligence officer who served in Afghanistan and who is also married and openly gay. Buttigieg taking questions not only from host Chris Wallace, but from prospective voters gathered in a high school gym in Claremont, New Hampshire, an area that went for President Trump back in 2016. Not sure he's watching, but President Trump already tweeting his displeasure that Fox is featuring Democrats on the channel. And he says, hard to believe Fox News is wasting airtime on Mayor Pete, as Chris Wallace likes to call him, claiming Fox is moving more and more to the losing wrong side and covering the Dems. The president also taking a shot at Wallace on Twitter for saying whether you like his opinions or not, Mayor Pete has a lot of substance. Fascinating biography. Gee, added the president, he never speaks well of me. I like Mike Wallace better. Chris's dad, the former 60 Minutes correspondent who died 7 years ago. The president today also tweeting about Iran, warning if Iran wants to fight, that will be the end of Iran, adding, never threaten the U.S. again. The president also going after Michigan Congressman Justin Amash, the first Republican to call for his impeachment. President Trump calling Amash an attention-seeking loser. This is Fox News.
Get a Coke 12-pack for only $3.49 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a dozen extra-large eggs for only 49 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a case of Circle K water for only $2.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about the food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
Demonstrations in the Alabama Capitol this Sunday after the governor signs what's considered the toughest abortion ban in the country. Like other new laws, it prohibits abortions when a heartbeat is detected around 6 weeks of pregnancy.
Only allows exemptions when the mother's life is in danger. There are no exemptions for victims of rape or incest.
Fox's Ellison Barber
Classifies abortion as a Class A felony, punishable by up to 99 years in prison for doctors.
The law being challenged in court. Good news for Memorial Day weekend travelers. That's coming up. A drop in prices at the pump.
It's been a long time coming. Gasoline prices were rising for 16 weeks straight. But now, in these past 2 weeks, the price is down. It was a 66-cent jump. It has lost 3 cents to an average $2.93 for regular grade. So on a net basis, it's still 63 cents higher than it was in early January.
Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg. He received an honorary doctorate today from Morehouse College in Atlanta. Then billionaire tech investor Robert Smith stunned those grads this morning with this announcement.
This is my class, 2019. And my family is making a grant to eliminate their student loans.
That is roughly $40 million for the 400 graduates. The president probably watching a little golf today. The PGA tournament just wrapping up. And Brooks Koepka held off a late charge from number 1 Dustin Johnson to win the PGA for the second straight year. Topping the weekend box office, The Avengers no longer number 1, replaced by reluctant assassin John Wick. I'm Jay Metzler, and this is Fox News.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data2Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data2Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
The Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point is brought to you by American President Lines, where they're shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar, even better today because they have batteries that attach to all of that. Such like, you know, be able to charge the house the same way you charge your iPhone, your smartphones and speakers and things like that. Guam Regional Medical City, first choice for your specialty care needs. Of course, the guys over at Cars Plus, where they're probably still celebrating that whole Jeep celebration. Get your hands on the wheel of a brand new Jeep Wrangler, and then you get $6,000 worth of cool parts and accessories from the guys in the back. That's nice. And now that you've got it, get it insured at Nanbo Insurance. They'd be happy to include that into your pile of booty here and say, all right, let's insure everything, the car and the house and your work and your motorcycle and all of this other stuff. And they might be able to press a button on the computer that could save you half off of your insurance. It's the Bundle Up plan at Nanbo Insurance.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yep. And plenty enough to talk about here on a Monday. I think we've wasted a fairly appropriate amount of time talking about Game of Thrones. There is another game that was taking place last couple of minutes of the Fox Newscast. They were talking about the 2019 PGA Championship, and I've got an image of the Koepka guy that just won it. And I'm playing it for a couple of reasons. Number one, so you can see Brooks Koepka and walking away as a leader here and getting ready to play. But the other reason is because have you noticed that like golfer girlfriends are just as pretty as like basketball player girlfriends, right? And I'm assuming that they're tight, because she actually touched him on the way out to see the cameras. She looks like she could be an actress or something. Do you have any indication? Do we know who she is? She's from around here, maybe. Could you get me a number? Useless. At any rate, so there you go. Do we play it again? All right. So you can see her walking around in all her glory. Brooks Koepka and a woman. Maybe it's a manager. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's not like his squeeze. Maybe that's just like somebody, right, from the management team. Because they have managers. She's not a caddy. I don't think she's the caddy.
No. Because it looked like she tried to put her arm around him, and he was like, no, not here. And then she was going to try to give him a little kiss, and he's like, no, not here. So, yeah, she's probably a new girlfriend. She doesn't know how to behave when you win.
Maybe she's a side chick. Maybe like that's not the real girlfriend, but it's just like some side chick, and he didn't know how to get rid of her before the walk to the cameras.
You've been wearing my tinfoil hat, bro?
Well, I will say that my conspiracy theories have gotten better since you and I have been working together. Most of the time I just kind of look at something and say, yeah, there's nothing to that. But, now that we got airplane parts falling out of the sky.
And floating.
They're falling out of the sky and they're floating. See, now that in and of itself, in my mind, is another reason why this is a fascinating story. Because I just assumed that it's made of some kind of a metal, and usually the reaction is you put metal in water and it sinks to the bottom.
Yep. Yeah, unless it gets little air bubbles in there or something. Keep it up.
And I'm kind of curious about something. Do you suppose maybe that was like part of the manufacturing process? They said, we're going to make these, and you know what? We're going to make it so they float. We're going to make this so that because it's part of the wing and the fuselage maybe of the plane. Maybe that's something that will go straight into the water. But if you want the plane to float at least for a little bit, give people some time to get out there and save their lives, and we'll make parts of the wing that can actually float.
Well, by design, actually, they are that way because that's where the fuel is stored, and they are empty tanks inside the wings, so they are full of space. Now, these parts that you're talking about, these are particular flat parts and things. They're made a little differently, but the entire wings themselves, yeah, that's why the plane when it crashed in the river and Sullyburger,
remember him? Yeah,
that's why they had that much time to get those people out, and the plane was in no hurry to sink because those wings were holding it up.
Rachel Fernandez online. Pam Duvall says the girl looks like Jane from the movie Thor, which is, anything is possible because you get these guys, you get athletes of a certain caliber and athletes of a certain class, and they just, they got pretty girls hanging on their arms virtually all the time. 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And let me go back to this story here. The most popular baby names in 3 U.S. territories, American Samoa, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. And so they asked, in a statement from the Social Security Administration, they said the top 5 boys' names in 2018, and does anybody know anybody that was born last year? Was his name Lucas, William? I am a William. Thank you very much. Thank you. I feel famous now. Aiden. Aiden sounds like one of those. That could be a boy's name or a girl's name, right? I don't know that you should do that. I mean, I don't mean to judge or anything. I just don't know if you should do that. You get a boy's name and a girl's name. I know some kids that have had problems with that. Anyway, so you got Aiden, Daniel, and Kevin. The big names for boys in 2018. The big names for girls. Top 5 girls' names in the territories. Olivia, and I know one, but she wasn't born last year. Sophia, Sophie, There's Isabella, and Charlie Hermosa was on earlier a little bit, and he got a little baby girl. Her name is Charlie Bella, but not Isabella. There's Mia. I have a niece named Mia, and Angela. Those are the big girls' names. I mean, is that working out for you, 2018? I mean, I don't know why they referred to them as big names unless there were, like, literally thousands of girls born last year that were named Olivia here or Sophia. Or Sophia, however you want to pronounce it. Anyway, so I think that's interesting from the Social Security Administration. And I told you it was coming up, and I figured normally I tell you things are happening, and then I forget. So I wanted to make sure I got to that at least a couple of times this morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here if you've got stuff that you want to talk about. That's cool. If not, I always have stuff to talk about. That's the role here of a talk show host guy, is to always have something to say. I get that question a lot. Ray, are you afraid that one of these days you'll be on the radio and then run out of stuff to say? This is Guam, baby. There's always something happening here. There's always something to riff on. There's always something that you can be upset about. It's just the nature of the game. You know, you want to be upset. You can be upset about weather if you like. Rudy Magallanes says, my niece is named Karame. Is that the security answer on one of your websites that you go to? Can I hack your account because now I know that you have a niece named Karame? It's a pretty name. I like it. Sounds like caramel. Like that, too. All right, so among the things that we've riffed on already today is the fact that it is the last of the Game of Thrones. I don't know what's going to happen. There's a couple of suggestions of what may happen. But the producers and the writers with a pretty good habit of catching people and bending their expectations to their wills. You watched the show last week. I watched the show last week, and watch Daenerys and the dragon burn down King's Landing and destroy the keep. So I'm watching that, and I'm going, dude, I know girls like that. Yeah, they won, but they're not going to win until literally the earth is scorched. And everybody seemed to be disappointed. You could see what's his name. You could see Jon Snow, and he was disappointed at the fact that all hell was breaking loose, and then you got Arya, and she was, you could tell she was disappointed with all hell breaking loose. So how is that? How are those emotions going to go into today's show? And the answer, I don't know. The answer is I don't know. But it's interesting to me because, like I said, you know, the writers. Did you see where the writers? People were getting upset. They were going to online petitions asking that somebody else rewrite season 8. They didn't like the way it ended. I'm going, my God. People, it's a TV show. It's only a TV show. These are not real people. There are no dragons. I hate to say it. There are no dragons. As much as you want there to be.
You remember who shot JR? I mean, not who shot him, but the event
the
that
event,
went around.
Exactly.
And this is in the late 70s, bro. And there are a whole lot more people watching TV now.
You remember the episode of, oh gosh, what is it? Television. It's a cop episode. Hill Street Blues? Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember when the guy shot himself? Yeah. Yeah, that was event television back in the day. Now, it is the closest thing that we've got anymore to that kind of event TV. You got to remember the media has changed in 2019. Media has changed in this century. There was a time where we all watched television shows at the same time. There was, you know, the lucky people that figured out how to tape things on their VCRs. That was the idea of you being in some kind of control of your television watch, and that was as close as it got. But today, you're in the driver's seat completely. Period. But back in those days, producers, promoters, marketers, everybody, that was their big deal, was we're going to make it event television, and you will not be able to miss it, and it will be what everybody's going to be talking about tomorrow. And that's the case that's being made on this last episode of Game of Thrones, is that it doesn't matter what happens tonight. If you are a boss or a manager, tomorrow there are going to be people that ain't coming to work, because they're just going to be just flummoxed over what happens tonight. And if they do come to work, they ain't going to be talking about work. They ain't talking about accounting. They're not going to be talking about marketing. They're not going to be whatever it is that you do at your place. They ain't going to be talking about that. They will be talking about Game of Thrones.
Even 10 years from now, there will only be two things that they remember about Game of Thrones. Dragons And Ned Stark got killed in season 1.
For me, it's always about the boobies. 9:16 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I'm just saying, and that's the important. Now, there was the other thing about living on Guam is, and I know I will never, ever run out of things to talk about because we've got a full-time legislature. That's what they do. They're constantly dreaming up some rule, law, statute. And ours is this 35th Guam legislature, no different than any other that we've had before. I have not seen the measure, but I know who's introduced it, so it's kind of interesting. I got Senator Amanda Shelton on the line from the 35th Guam legislature. Good morning, Amanda. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. I'm great. How are you?
Not bad. What's going to happen on Game of Thrones?
Oh, I don't know. Who knows? It's the finale. We're all supposed to be surprised.
It's pins and needles. I mean, but you've watched it, right? I mean, you've been with the show since beginning.
I've seen a few episodes. I'm not, I don't really have all the time to watch it.
Oh,
so.
we can't. No, I'm sorry, Amanda. We can't be friends.
Oh, sorry. I'll catch up. I do keep up, though. I read about it all the time. But
it's not the same. It's not the same. You cannot watch. It's not like, you get the executive summary on Game of Thrones. You kind of got to be there and catch it in real life. There's some very real and visceral effects that come out of that. All right. Well, the other one is the other one that you can binge on. It's only 3 episodes deep. It'll be 3 episodes deep tomorrow. Is on HBO, and it's called Chernobyl, based on the actual Chernobyl meltdown from back in the olden days, from a long time ago. But that's not why I called. The reason why we're looking for you here is you've got a new piece of legislation that would include vaping and e-cigarettes in Natasha's Act, right?
Yes, that's right. So we introduced Bill 138 on Friday night when we were ending our session, and I have all of my colleagues, the 14 other senators who've also signed on to include all electronic devices in the Natasha Protection Act.
Okay, now devil's advocate, former smoker, and you know what, is for the kids, and I know Natasha, and I know the family, and I understand what the original piece was all about. Now, as we move forward, now we're going to be including e-cigarettes and vaping to that, and so all of the rules that apply for cigarettes, et cetera, and in nightclubs and restaurants and places like that will now be able to ban vapors and e-cigarette people. But vape and e-cigarette is different than tobacco and tars and nicotines. I mean, isn't it just water vapor that comes out of that? Is it really that dangerous that we have to put some kind of ban together?
Well, it's still out on the actual effects of it, but we know that there are dangerous substances that are in these vapors. So we want to be proactive here and put a ban on smoking it in places where cigarettes are already banned. So we know that most people are pretty courteous about smoking or about vaping or using their e-cigarettes in places where cigarettes are already banned.
Right.
But we have come across some stories from our friends who own some businesses and in the malls where people are vaping or using their e-cigarettes and, refuse to stop because they know there's no law banning them from doing so. And these are places where we have kids around, where we want to enjoy family time and not be exposed to those things.
Okay, I get it, but I still don't in my head see anything, I don't know, wrong with it. For me, it's not like, and it doesn't stink the place up. I mean, you don't have to worry about ashes and ashtrays, which I think were a big problem for a lot of places, and you just kind of run the building down. I'm just not getting the same feel from vapes and e-cigarettes.
Yeah, they definitely don't have the same kind of really obnoxious odors that come from cigarettes, but we just don't know what is actually in these vapes that people are being exposed to. So I recently attended a Guam Nurses Association lecture from one of the doctors from GRMC, the doctor who took care of the case of popcorn lung that was caused by vaping, that he put into a national medical journal, a case experienced on Guam. And in that lecture, he shared that some of the substances that make up these vape juices can include things like formaldehyde. And only 1 in 10 of these juices that say they are nicotine-free are actually nicotine-free. So we just don't know. There's no FDA regulations on any of these vape uses right now. And so I think the danger is out there, and we need to do our best to limit exposure to people who don't want to be exposed.
But if I was hanging out at the beach with my friends and they pulled out an e-cigarette and a vape, it would be cool. I wouldn't, it's not like I'd have to give them a hard time or like call the police.
Yeah, no, just like where anyone can smoke a cigarette, that would be fine.
I'm curious as to what may happen in the future. While we're talking about recreational marijuana, I know among the concerns that have been expressed and something that the Cannabis Control Board is going to have to come up with is as far as the law is concerned right now, you're unable to smoke marijuana out of doors. And in public places. Well, if there's going to be some kind of tourism that comes to us from recreational marijuana, won't we have to make it so that if somebody wanted to smoke in the hotel, that they could? That if they wanted to smoke in a public kind of arena. So I guess what I'm asking is, we're going to on one hand say cigarettes and vape and electronic cigarettes are bad, but hey, if you want to, you should be able to go to like a marijuana cafe and smoke inside there.
Yeah, I think that's something that we will definitely have to address through the board. But the original bill for the recreational cannabis for adult use already covered the noxious odors in public places and, just having to do it within a private residence. So once that comes up in the board, I'm sure that will be addressed.
I think so. And now cannabis vape. James Howard online asking about cannabis vape. Would this apply to cannabis vape?
Well, I believe any kind of vape or any kind of e-cigarette type of thing, but if it is cannabis...
I mean, because we'd know what was in it. I mean, if the concern is the unknown noxious chemicals that might be in this vape, if it goes through the process and has already been lab certified as being vape juice with actual THC in it, there should not be a prohibition on something like that because we know what it is.
Yes, and so that would have to follow all of the regulations under the Recreational Cannabis Act and from the board. Right.
So, so in a nutshell, what I'm trying to figure out is how we're going to deal with the two regulations. One of them based on maybe less restrictions on public smoking or indoor smoking of cannabis, because hey, it's cannabis and we dig cannabis now. We're tolerant of cannabis now, but it's still smoking, and there might be people that don't want to be around smoke of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to take that into weird kind of consideration. Funny world we live in. What else are you working on over there?
Well, we got a lot of stuff going on. We just finished session last week where we passed the measure for the bond borrowing for the new cell for the...
Yeah, absolutely being held hostage on that one. So, yeah, $30 million worth of more borrowing for that. Wish we had an alternative to storing our trash.
Yes. So we did that, and then we passed another bill for the security cameras that was vetoed from the previous session. Mm-hmm. So that's what we got done last week, and then I'm looking forward to probably a session being called in the next couple of days for the end of the month.
Right. Now, fill me in. I don't recall, and I wasn't watching the legislature last week. Now, this vote that you had for the video cameras for the police officers, get those things outside of Tumon, and maybe we can do something about the rampant crime issues that we've got these days. Is that a veto override, or is that another version of the bill?
It was a second bill. The governor vetoed it due to a technicality for the funding source.
Right.
So it moved the funding source from the retirement fund to the general fund.
I see.
So,
okay, and so
problem and
so now that we've addressed that, should be no problem getting a couple $100,000 worth of video cameras.
That's right.
Okay. All right. And then we'll put them in places. I guess what worries me the most is we're going to be spending all this money on surveillance and things like that. I don't know that we have a problem with surveillance. I don't know that we have a problem with police officers catching bad guys. I think our big problem, and I'm going to say it to you, I'll say it to everybody else. I think our big problem is we've got this revolving door over at the courthouse, and I think it would be interesting, and maybe you can help me, because you're a senator and everything. I think it would be interesting to find out which judges are responsible for the majority of the felony-on-felony releases that we have, right? So we count up all the felony-on-felony guys, and we say, this guy was in so-and-so's courthouse. So which judges are responsible for releasing the most of these predatory criminals, recidivists that keep hitting us with these felony crimes?
Yeah, okay. I don't have the answer for you right now, but I can definitely look into it.
Get a guy.
Anything else
Get a guy, because I think that would be, if anything, it would be, help us illustrate the problem. Is that if you are a criminal in this town, if you go see this judge, there's a very good chance that you ain't going to spend a night in jail, regardless of the nature of your crime.
Yeah, so we'll definitely look into that. But something else that my committee is working on, we're planning a roundtable discussion to talk about juvenile crimes and recidivism as adults. So we want to address the issue of these young people who are committing crimes and to keep them out of the court system, the correction system later in life.
There's guys that have been there's guys who have been talking about that on Facebook and the other social media, and in a lot of cases it's the parents are just screwed up. Everybody's on drugs. Everybody's welfare and drugs, and that's the big problem. So there's nobody literally watching the kids.
Yep, yeah, you're right. So we got to address these underlying social issues as well. So we're going to bring the different players together, people from the AG's office, DYA, the court, DOE, and also the FSM Counsel General has agreed to come, his office or her office. So we have all of these different players who are willing to come to the table to help us discuss it, and then hopefully push out some useful policy that can help us down the line.
Hope so. Got my fingers crossed. We really, really need the change.
Yeah, and then one more thing, Ray, because we are celebrating Senior Citizens Month, Manamku Month, the legislature is planning a legislative reception for our Manamku tomorrow for lunch. It's from 10 to 2 at the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and this is going to be free of charge to our Manamku. So we want to invite anybody who's listening, if you'd like to come in and join for a nice big fiesta celebration. We're going to be there tomorrow, and you can call my office at 929-2572 to reserve your spot.
2972. Got it. John Paul Manuel says responsible vapors vape when they aren't bothering others. This bill is as simple as that. And also says, what's he saying? Somebody else said, I should have the right to be in a mall or a restaurant without the aerosol from vape in the air. So there's at least one guy that's right up there with you on that.
Yes, at least. Well, also
at least one voter is behind you on this.
Yes. So, we've worked with a lot of people on this, the Guam Cancer Coalition, and also we know that Speaker B.J. Cruz introduced very similar legislation in the last term that didn't make it out of committee, but we have all 14 of my other colleagues on this, so we're hoping to move this forward in this legislature.
Lady D says smokers and vapors have rights too, so try not to trample on those people.
Okay, will do.
Dude, and that's a business around here. There's a lot of vape stores out.
There are definitely a lot of vape stores, but I think that we can, still enjoy vape and e-cigarettes and do it respectfully and responsibly for our entire community.
Is there a carve out for, like there's Mac and Marty's in Tumon, and everybody knows that you go there and there's going to be cigarettes and cigar smoke. Is it possible that you could do a carve out for certain kinds of locations, like a vape cafe or something like that, where you're going someplace, there's going to be vapes, and if you don't like it, don't go there.
Yeah, we're definitely aware of all of these different vape cafes or vape stores that allow it indoors. So that is something that we are aware of and are looking to address so that we are not hurting businesses and that we, people can continue on. We want to be respectful of that as well.
Gotcha. Well, listen, I appreciate your time. It's always fun talking with you. We'll get together sometime soon.
You too, Ray. Thanks. Have a great day.
Love you, mean it. Bye. 9:30 in the morning, Senator Amanda Shelton from the 35th Guam Legislature, and a new piece of something out there. So I don't know. I 30-year smoker, huh? 2-pack a day. Back when I was talking to somebody about it, and I was trying to tell the stories. Yeah, I smoked when I'm old enough to remember smoking when cigarettes were cheap. It could go to the store. In fact, the first pack of cigarette I ever bought with my own money it couldn't have been more than 35 or 40 cents for long cigarettes. Benson & Hedges hundreds, right? And yeah, it was menthol. You know, I was a menthol guy. I was young. I needed to have some flavor on my smokes, and so for a long time was a mentholated smoker. I remember when the price just kept going up, and what's it now for a pack of good cigarettes? I mean, we're not talking about the ones that taste like they come off manure truck.
It depends. I mean, Pall Malls you can get for $6.50. They're not bad. You go to Marlboros, you're looking at $8.50
for a pack of Marlboros, huh?
Yep.
It's good stuff.
And that's not the most. I mean, you'll pay upwards of 10 depending on where you buy them. Go down to Lower Tumon, you're screwed.
Just that expensive down there.
Take out a loan. They do offer loan forms.
Oh, loans for that kind of thing. And so the price of cigarettes have gone up just crazy. And so when they came out with it, said cigarettes will kill you. That's what was the whole point of it. And one of the reasons why cigarettes are so expensive isn't because the companies are selling us expensive cigarettes. Price of cigarettes is up as fat as it is because they put sin taxes on it. Say it with me now. Sin tax. We don't want you to smoke. We want you to curb your consumption. So we'll charge a sin tax. And the idea is you will smoke less. The government will be able to take the money from the sin tax and do good things with it. So what good things has the government of Guam done with our sin tax money? Guam Memorial Hospital, right? Shouldn't they be beneficiaries of the sin tax money?
You would think.
Schools, Department of Education.
Imagine that.
Department of Youth Affairs. Sin taxes.
Head them off at the pass.
Exactly. We'll teach them about the sins of tobacco using money that we got from the older sinners with tobacco. That's what we'll do. So I don't know. They do the same thing with alcohol. But anyways, I remember when they first came out with vape. And I thought, this is awesome, because I can smoke something and it's got nicotine in it, but it doesn't have the tars and all of the other things that are associated. It'd be like freebasing nicotine, and it takes all of the harmful things about smoking and puts it into a delivery mechanism where all I'm getting is nicotine. And I thought this would be a great way. By the time vapes came out, I'd already stopped smoking, but I thought for the people that did, what a great opportunity they had to, in a controllable fashion, scale back their addiction to nicotine. Because that's what it is. You're not addicted to cigarettes. You're addicted to nicotine and that particular delivery method. If you went to the store and got a thing of Red Man and popped it in your mouth, that would soothe any of the cravings that you have.
Yeah, you would think.
In fact, I always thought it was better. I thought just plain raw tobacco was better than smoking.
Yeah, you would think that, but there's a much deeper psychological thing that goes into it. For me, vaping didn't really help. I got the delivery of the nicotine, but there was something missing or something added that just made it where I didn't like vaping as much as I did having an actual regular cigarette, even though the nicotine had little to do with it. It had a lot more to do, I think, with some of the other things that are in cigarettes that we don't really know about.
But there's a great unknown. I mean, look, we don't know what goes into the food that we eat most of the time. Yeah. I mean, you open up a can of anything that you buy at the grocery store. Do you really, honestly, you look at the ingredients and go, okay, that's all there is to that? On top of all of the preservatives and other chemicals that they put in there, all kinds of things that make it the right color when you open the can. So there's these expectations I think that we have. But my point is before any studies were done, all of a sudden there were people that were coming out of the woodworks talking about how bad vaping was and you should not do it. And I'm like, well, there goes that. There's another thing that's going to keep people addicted to the thing that we know for sure is going to kill them. So I'm just, in my head, I'm going, this doesn't make any kind of sense at all. And so, it's one of those things, and their hearts are in the right place, and it's the 31st Guam legislature, and there's all these women, and they got this, I got to do something good, and prohibit somebody from doing something that is heretofore not prohibited. And I just want to know I just want to see if it passes a certain smell test to make sense for me in my head. 9:35 in the morning is now a good time to take a break. It could be because it's iConnect time. Wouldn't that be cool to come out with a cell phone that's got killer cameras on it and great software capabilities, and you get like the little hole in the bottom where you put the charger in? That can be your vape thing. That could be your e-cigarette thing. They make an e-cigarette now that doesn't have hardly any smoke comes out of it, right? You can get that?
I have no idea.
Dude, there was a guy yesterday. I was looking at this guy at the beach yesterday, and he had this thing. It looked like you remember, it looked like a thing that you blow into it to make so you can tune a guitar, right? It had this thing. It wasn't big, and he sucked on it for a little bit and then blew out. But he didn't. When he blew out, it wasn't smoke that came out. It was
it
like
might have been a different.
out.
Might have been an atomizer. That's a little different. A little different than a vaporizer.
Is also going to be illegal?
Probably.
We don't know what it is. Make it illegal. 9:36. That's iConnect time. But yeah, wouldn't that be cool if they had that little product like there with your phone? Then you'd for sure never leave it at the house like I did today. Call them up today and find out what kind of tech they do have. 888-8888.
The crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the crazy 19 menu at King's.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Fight into Facebook Live. John Paul Manuel says, and he's a vapor. And Lady D's chimed in on something. This is gonna be like a nice little skirmish going on. 888-825-5888-TALK. If you can't watch it right now because I don't know, work or life or something like that, just a reminder that all of the conversation that we have on the radio is archived one way or the other. You should be able to go to Facebook Live and watch the program in real time. Otherwise, after 10 o'clock in the morning, this program is a video on demand. And if you want it in like super, because Facebook will compress it, but if you want it in like super high def, literally, then you go to YouTube. And just go to YouTube, search for Ray Gibson Show, and every episode that we have ever done has been archived on YouTube, and you can watch them all. And you'll see in some cases there's dozens and dozens of people that have gone back to watch the program or bits and pieces of the program over the years because I'm that interesting. No, I'm just playing around. I'm not really that interesting. Guy from the village with an interesting job, which is how I described myself to a couple of guys I met over the weekend. And just absolute salt of the earth guy. I'd never met him before, never knew anything about him, other than, number one, I really liked partying with him. And I also, appreciated, I appreciated the unexpected conversation that I had with them. On a ton of subjects. And these guys just look like dudes from the village. And we just had the most intense conversations about all kinds of stuff. Life in my times, life in their times, television shows, what we thought was going to be happening with Game of Thrones and what they watch when they're not watching Game of Thrones. Now, this on top of having two jobs. Because they were those kinds of kids. They didn't win I got a job in the government of Guam lottery. They didn't win that lottery, right? They didn't win that big prize. They just a couple of guys from the village like to hang out at the beach. Got nothing going on tonight, so yeah, we brought out some pallets. We'll barbecue those in the moonlight. Made for an absolutely perfect night. And smart boys. But like I said, we're not politically connected. Didn't have well-to-do parents, family that could have gotten them a job inside the great lottery that is the government of Guam, and exactly the kind of people I think that Ken Leon Guerrero has been talking about on his social media and in some of his editorials. Is there's this middle class here that just seem to be getting squozed. They don't got government jobs. They don't have great private sector jobs, and the jobs that they do have are basically service oriented. So they're not doing a whole lot better than minimum wage, even though as you talk to them, you can tell they got something going on in there, right? But they just weren't able to parlay it, didn't go to the right school, didn't, come from the right family or something like that. And now, just for the privilege of living here and being able to buy $10 cigarettes, that's their thing. They got to work 2 jobs. Anyway, 9:41. Great to meet them, and I hope that you and I have an opportunity. And as usual, it was one of those things where like, oh, wow, that's Ray Gibson. Oh, my God, that's Ray Gibson. I'm like, dude, I'm like you, a guy from the village with an interesting job. Tell me what's so interesting about your jobs. And they did. One of them, I want to say, is a cook over at King's. And I'm like, dude, I love that place. I've always loved that place. And he had some nice things to say about where he worked and his managers and the people that he worked with. Very, very nice. 9:41 in the morning. All right, other items in the table of contents that I haven't gotten to. The airplane part story, that's just fun. The successful cleanup of an area along Selen Ramirez that the people have made famous now. Pam Duvall made famous because she took pictures of it and stuck it online. And a lot of people wanted to do something about it. Number one, help out the guy that lives at that bus stop. But number two, just realizing what a blight in their community it was. And so it was nice to see people from various parts of our community getting together to clean that place up. I hope that spreads around like a cold in the family. I've seen pictures of it on the social medias. And if there were anybody of any kind of political stripe, if there was anybody of any kind of big media presence or something like that, I didn't see them. I know that KUAM was there doing interviews, and I think Sabrina got her hands messed up and dirty helping out. But other than that, I was delighted because I didn't see anybody use it for I don't know what is it that Bob Klitzky calls it. I want to say posing. But because that's the word that's in my head. When you got the ribbon, you don't really care about the people that got the disease, but you're wearing the ribbon. Oh, there's a word. Help me out. Somebody type in, what's the word? There's a phrase I'm looking for. Hey, Lakeisha's on. How you doing? This is Lakeisha. If there's somebody that knows a thing or two about bus stops, Lakeisha Pareda, who is on the Facebook Live, is one of them. She has probably done more to clean and to promote clean bus shelters and get community efforts behind keeping those bus shelters clean than anybody else on Guam. And I don't know where she ended up, having worked with the Calvo Tenorio administration for as long as she did. But I'm sure, number one, that she's on her feet. And number two, if you're looking for somebody that knows a thing or two about how all of that works, Lakeisha's the lady to go and find. And she's a right click away on the Facebook Live. So you got that going there. Mike Nicholas in his conversation with David Bernhardt from the Interior Secretary. Who knows? Something might happen there. There's another one of those stories that I won't spend the whole morning talking about it, but it's another one of those stories where you got a guy. Where is it? Do I have it? No, maybe I don't have it on me. It's the story of one of these guys. It's one of these ice jugheads, right? Gets into it with a roommate, points a gun at him. Yeah, and that I want to say that there is another one of those felony on felony releases. I'm almost positive because I think I read it and underlined it. For some reason, I don't think I clipped it because that's been my habit lately, is to clip stories. Another one here, man, 26 years old, accused of molesting a 12-year-old. And my recollection is, and I want to say, I'm looking at the guy's picture, and I'm going, this guy is familiar to me. And you know why? You know why he's familiar to me? Because I think his was the case I was voir dired on. I had to do jury duty for a little bit, I don't know, 12, 16 months ago. And I was only voir dired once. That's the process. You sit down, there's the judge, there's the lawyers. And there, by the way, is the defendant. And I want to say, I'm looking at this guy's picture, I want to say that he was the guy that was the subject of the voir dire when I was at jury duty. Actually, I want to say that I know some people that actually stayed in that case. They stayed in the case. I remember looking at the guy going, guilty, absolutely guilty. Well, it looks like he's been arrested again. Same charge. I'm going, what's he doing out? I thought they'd already gone through the case. I thought they had adjudicated it and sentenced him. Hazard lights lead to drug arrest of sex offender. A convicted sex offender stopped by police because the hazard lights on his car was driving were on, also found with an ice pipe. Charged Friday, according to the magistrate complaint, Mariano Anthony Salas Canata told police he was a career criminal. News files show Canata was charged in 2016 family violence, 2017 reckless driving, 2014 third-degree criminal sexual conduct. He was convicted of the conduct in 2014 and now registered as a level 3 sex offender. On Thursday, when he was stopped by cops in Petey, Canata was swaying back and forth and said he didn't have a driver's license. When asked if he had any drugs or guns, he said, "I got an ice pipe in my pocket." Cops found 2 pipes that tested presumptive positive for the presence of methamphetamines. Anybody surprised? No, don't think there's any surprise here. So he's convicted of third-degree criminal sexual conduct in 2014, 2019. I don't know. Should he have been longer? Did he go in at all? I don't know. So we got a couple of these cases here. Just the recidivism rate around is just insane. And that led to a conversation that we were deep into on Saturday night. Guys, here's me and my buddy Manny talking about our security system, and he wanted to know more because he wanted to get one in his place as well. Because he was, like I think a lot of people are these days, just had it up to here. And it doesn't seem that there's anything else that we can do. Other than, you know, I got to get a video camera system around here so I can see these guys as they come and go. I got to get an alarm system so that if the house is broken into, in the very least, I've got stickers that say I've got an alarm system, and it will go off, and maybe my neighbors will call the cops, or the alarm company will call the cops, and maybe the alarm will scare you off. Everybody has to do that now, because it just doesn't feel like we are as safe as we should be. And the cops are making the arrests. That's the thing. That's the underlying part of this. Hazard lights lead to drug arrest of sex offender. Man, 26, accused of molesting a 12-year-old. He'd already been in trouble for criminal sexual conduct. The cops are making the busts. It's all of the other stuff that happens after that. That I think the community is tired of talking about, but there doesn't seem to be anything that we can do about it. And so we're going to gun up, and we're going to alarm up, and we're going to surveillance system up, because that's all we can do is maybe be able to provide the cops this much evidence so that they can go and capture the guys and then deliver them to the judge, who will bang the gavel and release them. And just go back and forth in and out of that. Here's a case from last week, and it will be interesting. And I hope somebody in the journalism business is able to follow up on this. Mike Rodriguez Cepeda pled guilty to possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. About 28 grams of meth were bought from Cepeda in a controlled buy, so the cops already had him. He had already they got him. It's a smoking gun case, right? Open shut. We did a controlled buy. He sold it to us, took the money, and that's it, right? He was also charged last year with possession of Schedule II controlled with intent to deliver. It's meth. He's a pusher. That charge was dropped as part of a plea agreement, and I'm sitting here. There's Senator Luis Borja Muñoz online. Senator, have somebody at the court answer this question, or the Attorney General's office answer this question. Why would this dirtbag drug dealer, why would those charges be dropped? Why would those charges, but why did we not have to do a plea deal with this guy? Is he just a little fish? Is he helping the Attorney General go and find somebody, a bigger fish up? There must be a million drug dealers in this town. They all know the guy at the top. So we don't need to do plea deals with everybody, do we? Cepeda was before Superior Court Judge Anita Sokola, who accepted his plea deal, asking him a series of questions whether he understood it. As part of his plea agreement, Cepeda was sentenced to 3 years in jail with 90 days suspended with credit for time served. He's already served 2 days in jail, so he'll need to complete 88 days in prison. Guy's pushing meth, and he gets 88 days. So taxpayers, crime fighters, slap in the face number one. An actual dirtbag drug dealer is only going in for 88 days. And do you want a slap on the other side of the cheek? He will self-surrender if the timing is right. He's going to self-surrender today because he asked the judge to spend more time with family before he goes to jail. Okay. Isn't that nice? Don't want to miss graduation. I've taken some of my drug money. I've put it aside so I can buy one of those Lays. You know, the kind of Lays that they sell at the pop-ups close to graduation place. I want to be able to do that just for my little Tommy boy before I go to jail for my 88 days. 88 days! And so we wonder why we've got so many people that do this. Because there's absolutely no penalty. None whatsoever. You might be in jail for all of 88 days if you deal drugs on Guam. Here's the reminder, kids. In other places in the world, if you deal drugs, they kill you. They will take you up and hang you in the gallows or put you in an electric chair or just shoot you in the head. But here, you get 88 days over at the Department of Corrections with the other druggies.
It's basically an opportunity to detox. Rehabilitation from the drugs, but not from being stupid.
I guarantee that there are probably better and stronger drugs in prison than you can find outside, more lethal than the stuff that this guy is pushing on the streets. So I don't know. You know, it's, every day is another opportunity for me to riff on this, and still nothing happens. So maybe you know, like I said, we got a couple of senators that are listening online. We got a couple of other, you know, fairly important and influential people in this town. Maybe somebody can figure out an answer or figure out some kind of way that we can get the message to the Attorney General's office and the prosecutors there and the people over at the court in the black robes that want to that have. I can't. How do you look at a drug pusher and say you're only getting 88 days? Right, I'll bet there's guys in there. I'll bet there are users in there that have gotten longer sentences for just possession. Right, I'll bet there's guys that are in there for all day that are suffering through possession charges. And here comes the guy that's selling that trash. 88 days, and he didn't have to go in right away because I want to spend some time with the family. Yeah, that's a family man. That's a family man. Thanks so much for bringing that up. Happy Father's Day. It's 9:53. I'll be right back.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me, just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet Wajillo mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. Dave Alcorn listening, talking about an interesting guy at King's. He says, I actually ended up playing tennis by accident with a graveyard cook from King's at 6 a.m. the other morning as he was getting off work. Interesting guys. Yep. And interesting times that we live in. 9:55. 9:55 is the time. Couple of comments on Facebook Live. Jess Limtiaco says, but people still deal. Putting people in prison doesn't keep drugs off the streets. Yeah, I wish there was a better answer on how to do that, but I don't have it. But I do know that there needs to be some kind of disincentive, because right now there doesn't seem to be. You know, if you know a guy in the States, he can put all kinds of packages together, send them to you in the U.S. mail, and you go, yeah, but there's a lot of people that get busted. You know, because they're actually getting some of that trash shipped to Guam in the U.S. mail. But they're shipping it in such big numbers that the one or two that they catch pale in comparison to what actually gets through and actually gets delivered.
Yeah, even law enforcement officials will tell you that they only stop about 10% on good, on good runs.
Yeah,
they'll get 10%.
So there ought to be some kind of a disincentive on something like this, and for everything that this community goes through as a result of ICE jugheads, it needs to be a very strong disincentive. Life in prison. I don't have a problem with that. Somebody actually convicted by a jury of their peers, especially some of the guys that we know for a fact have been slinging this stuff for a long time. Seems to me that there ought to be a way that we can keep them in for an awful lot longer. And what about the drug testing that we're supposed to be doing on employees of all kinds, public and private? Start to do more of those kinds of things. If we're not going to, if we're looking the other way on marijuana, and that's not the devil drug that we were told by our grandparents and great grandparents that it was. As it turns out, it's not the big killer that everybody said it was. So while we're not enforcing that, can we enforce? What's the point of enforcing the other stuff if we don't keep people in jail any longer than 88 days? I'm just asking. Asking for a friend. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm asking for my buddy who's getting ready to plop down about $2,000 for an alarm system and surveillance devices, and the internet connectivity to make it all work. Right? I'm asking for him. Everybody got to spend a little bit more. All right, so the other items in the table of contents, let's see if there's anything cool happening there. I wish we knew more about what was going on behind the scenes in the Department of Education with all of these people that are being, the only person that we know for sure is the principal at George Washington High School that has been moved, I guess, to someplace else. We know that there's a teacher that was getting a little too friendly with the students, a little too familiar with the students out there. Okay, I get that. And so who is that? Oh, we can't tell you. It's administrative action, a personnel matter. No such thing. Bob Klitsky says so. I would like to talk with Paul Tapau again from the Guam Police Department to see if they've made any headway in the case of the teacher, the staffer at Southern High School that brought a gun to the campus, which was later stolen by a 17-year-old student on the campus who has been arrested and will be tried as an adult. So who's the staffer that brought the gun? Department of Education found out right quick, and they put him on administrative leave. But the police are apparently conducting their own investigation that is taking significantly longer than the investigation that they did at the Department of Education. What secret does John Fernandez know that nobody else knows and the police department doesn't know? Maybe that's why whoever the investigators, ask John Fernandez. I think he knows because they put somebody on administrative leave. It's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. I don't know why everybody seems to be standing for it. You want to know what feels like another cover-up? What's the name of the guy that ran over that 4-year-old in Dededo? When are they going to make an arrest in that? Curious minds want to know. We'll keep an eye on it for you, as we like to do here. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and that's enough ranting from me. I gotta get out of here because it's Game of Thrones Monday. If it's really, really bad, and if it's one of my favorite people on the show that gets killed, I may or may not be at work tomorrow. I'll join 10 million other Americans that are going to be taking a day off tomorrow to deal with the outcome of Game on Thrones. We'll see what happens. The radio station is KUSG. Hagutnia 93.3 is the point. For Mike and Kevin and Blake, Ray Gibson saying adios.
Mayor Pete facing questions in a Fox town hall. I'm Jane Metzler, Fox News.
There's a lot of us running for president on the Democratic side, but I think it's safe to say I'm not like the others.
In the Stevens High School